Who Dey? Stranger's the first in the chat. Here saying Who Dey. Oh boy. We got a new pop filter, and obviously that's maybe if we put it like here? Okay, it was in the shot. Been kind of upgrading my microphone setup and everything lately, so yeah. Well, we here. The final game of the season for the Cincinnati Bengals. Too soon, but it is what it is. It's going to be what it's going to be. You know? Doesn't need to be this every damn year, but it's the third year in a row where it's like this. Great. Now, this one, kind of like in 23, had a lot to do with Joe Burrow being injured. Like, I mean, based on the way the season went, obviously that defense was a big reason why the season went the way it went at the end of the day. But the biggest reason why the season has gone this way is because Joe Burrow got hurt. Joe Burrow doesn't get hurt. A lot of things are different, right? Like, I mean, think about it. The defense collapsed this year. That doesn't mean they were playing like that all year. They were playing better earlier in the season. When Jake Browning was the biggest part of the problem, if that had been Joe Burrow, we probably would have won some, if, not most of those games, right? Like, out of the 3 games Jake Browning played in, I feel like Joe Burrow being in there, at the very least, we almost certainly would have beat the Lions the way that game went. The Vikings, it feels like who knows what would have happened because, the offense was such a disaster in that game that it really kind of was the definition of the whole game. But I feel like we could have beat the Vikings. And then the Broncos, like, I'd like to think we could have beat the Broncos, but then again, like, the Broncos shouldn't have won half the games they won this year anyway. They just did because they're that kind of team. So, it really kind of is what it is when it comes to that point. Who knows what would have happened if Joe Burrow been in there. So I'm not going to sit here and say we definitely would have beat the Broncos. But we definitely, almost certainly would have beat the Lions. And I feel like we probably would have beat the Vikings. And then, like, the Broncos, it's like, I would go as far as to say probably wouldn't have beat the Broncos just because of the way that the Broncos are this year. But at the very least, that's 2 games more in our favor, and we're only talking about those games because obviously Joe Flacco comes in, defense falls apart. But then again, I feel like we probably could have won that Packers game the way that the game went if we had, a Joe Burrow. Like, honestly, if Joe Flacco had more time to prepare for that game, we could have won that game with Joe Flacco. So, I mean, we're talking about, like, at least 2, if not 4 more wins this season if Joe Burrow straight up just does not get hurt, regardless of what the defense does. We probably right now would be talking about, man, our seeding in the playoffs could have been so much better if the defense just wasn't garbage in the middle of the year. But, so I would say that the first thing that caused the problem was Joe Burrow getting hurt. And so, like, I mean, right now we would be almost certainly we'd be 8-8 right now. If we'd had Joe Burrow all year, and it's possible we could have been 9-7 right now. We could have even we could have been 10-6 right now. And looking at are we going to finish 11-6 and be in a pretty decent spot seeding wise? Actually, I don't even know where that would be right now. Where would we be right now if we were 11-6 in the AFC? All wild card teams right now that currently have, I think they're all locked in. I don't think anybody is going to miss the playoffs in the AFC right now, except for the Steelers, weirdly enough, who are a current division winner. But I mean, if they lose today, then they're out of the playoffs, right? But I think the Bills, if the Bills lose, they're still in the playoffs. I don't think they're fighting for anything. Like, the closest teams right now to the wild card are the Steelers, who are a division winner at 9-7, currently winning the division. They had still got to beat the Ravens to get there. Yeah, so the AFC is like like all those teams, like, they're all locked into being in the playoffs, regardless of what their seeding is. So the Bengals right now could be 10 and. Could be 10-6 right now, at best. I think at best. Maybe they could have even done even better. Maybe they, with Joe Burrow, they wouldn't have, like, the offense wouldn't have, like, stopped being a thing at the end of the game against the Jets and the Bears. Kind of the way it was. You got to be honest about that when it comes to Flacco. But So so like I mean, like best realistic case is they're like 11-6 going into this week, or they're 11-5 going in, or they're 10-6 going into this week, potentially going to 11-6. And then, so the question is, do they have the ability to get a tiebreaker over, like, the Chargers or the Texans? They wouldn't have it over the Bills because they lost to the Bills, but maybe with Joe Burrow they beat the Bills and none of this really matters, right? So almost certainly if Joe Burrow doesn't get hurt, we're a playoff team this year. And then we're talking about, like, hey, this team's dangerous. The defense is starting to get better. We could potentially make a run at this, right? But most likely what would happen is none of the seeding would matter anyway, because we'd be running away with the AFC North right now. Unfortunately, as of right now, we are eliminated from all of that because we're 6-10, and best we're going to do is 7-10, and that's just not, it's not going to cut the mustard. It will never. I mean, it could theoretically, in some crazy world one day, it could theoretically get it done, but also cut the mustard. Who the fuck says cut the mustard? What's wrong with me? Richard says, lucky we got a week 17 and 18 bye. Well, you definitely got a week 17 bye. Who you playing this week? You're playing the Dolphins. Me and Mikey both predicted the Dolphins to win that game, Richard. You say it's a bye, but the Patriots always think the Dolphins are a bye at the end of the season, and it oftentimes doesn't go that way. Now, maybe that was Belichick, but, I wouldn't write the Dolphins off just yet. Playing the Dolphins and Jets is basically a bye. It's not for the Patriots. The Jets, yes, the Jets are horrible. And the Dolphins are kind of horrible, but the Dolphins have been better down the stretch the second half of the season. Obviously too little too late, just like with the Bengals. But the Dolphins are not the Jets. And y'all sometimes kind of tend to overlook the Dolphins. So, who really knows what's going to happen there? Everyone got the Ravens winning tonight. I'm going to talk about that in a second here, Seth. It won't matter. The Ravens are playoff choke masterpiece. I know. It's great, isn't it? So they will lose the first game of, or whoever makes, well, both the Ravens and the Steelers are almost certainly guaranteed to lose in the first round to, most likely, I think the Texans, but, I think if the Chargers win, and yeah, if the Chargers win, the Texans lose, which is possible, then, the AFC North winner could go up against the Chargers. The Bills, I don't know. I think the Bills could go up against them too. If the Bills win and the Texans and Chargers both lose, then the AFC North winner could go up against the Bills, which would be a fun thing, by the way. Yeah, it's to be fair, I wouldn't be shocked if we lost. See, you're like, it's a bye week. Well, we might lose though. What? Dolphins always put up a good fight, but that's with Tua. Quinn Ewers isn't that guy. Well, I don't know if Tua's that guy either right now. Fuck the Ratbirds and the Steelers. I hope they tie. I don't even know what happens if they tie. I think the Steelers win the division, right? If they tie. Yeah, I think the Steelers win the division if they tie. So I have a lot of thoughts about what I want to happen between the Steelers and the Ravens today. My gut says fuck the Steelers more than fuck the Ratbirds. Obviously, I don't like the Ratbirds either, but I would 100% rather, just as a baseline level, the Steelers miss the playoffs and us laugh at them harder. But I gave it some thought, and I did some research. The Steelers are currently tied with the... Let's see. I know the Giants, but with the Giants, it's like part of that's the NFL championships. And does that really even count as the playoffs? The Seahawks, is it the Dolphins? I don't think it's the Dolphins. You know what? I have this up. I should have enough time to go through this before the game starts. Okay, so it's the Seahawks, Vikings, and it is the Dolphins. The Seahawks, Vikings, Dolphins, and kind of technically the Giants as far as losing. If they've currently lost 6 playoff games in a row. The Steelers have. So that puts them tied with the Dolphins, Vikings, and Seahawks, and arguably the Giants. Probably not. I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch, but it definitely has them tied with the Seahawks, Vikings, and Dolphins as far as most playoff losses in a row goes, like historically. The only teams that have a longer losing streak are, unfortunately, the Bengals. Lost 8 in a row at one point. There was like the 7 in a row with Marvin Lewis plus the one from the 1990 season. It was technically in 91, but the 7 losses in a row with Marvin Lewis, and then the one with Sam Weich in 1990, the 90-91 season. As 8 playoff losses in a row for the Bengals, and that has them tied for second most all time. And you know who they're tied with? Believe it or not, the Kansas City Chiefs. Back, I believe it was right after, it was either after, I think it was right after Joe Montana. When they lost that AFC championship with Joe Montana, and then I think Joe Montana retired after that. And then they lost, I think, 8 playoff games in a row before they finally won one again in recent years or something. So it's the Bengals and Chiefs are tied for second longest playoff losing streak of all time with 8. And then the Lions have the longest at 9, which is kind of surprising that the Lions, prior to, their recent, uptick, were in the playoffs enough to have a 9-game losing streak. But yeah, they had a 9-game losing streak as far as just never winning a playoff game for 9 straight appearances. I don't even remember how long of a time period that lasted for. But for the Steelers, they're currently at 6. And if they win the AFC North, like I said, I bet you, I'm not much of a betting person, but I would almost be willing to bet the Steelers would lose in the first round if they did make it to the playoffs. I think most Steelers fans feel that way. So that'd put them at 7, and that would put them basically alone for 4th place as far as longest playoff losing streaks of all time. And then if we could just get them to, if we can get them to lose one more playoff game after that they're tied with the Bengals. And at least they get to share in our pain. They also have all the Super Bowl wins, so not quite the same thing, but so I mean if they lose this year and then lose again after that puts them at 8, which ties them with the Bengals and Chiefs. And then one more puts them tied for most all time with the Lions. And then one more beyond that means they have the longest in all of history. Now that would require, I think, on top of the 6 that they have, that would require 3 more in a row, which would be, it'd be pretty impressive if they were managed to be that bad for that long, but still got to make it to the playoffs to lose in the playoffs. That's kind of always the way I thought about it with the Bengals from when I was growing up, right? Partly because in the 90s, things were so feudal feeling for the Bengals, and I also grew up, I was born in 92, so if you need to know some of my personal information, there's that. I was born in 92, so I knew nothing but losing. Just losing. We had one season in 96 where we went 8-8. Other than that, it was lose. All the way up until, I think, 2004, where we had an 8-8 season. I think in 2000, if I recall, I think 2003 we were 7-9, right? It was one of the best seasons we had in years. We were 7-9. Oh God. No, we were 8-8. Okay, so that was the prior year we were 2-14. But we went 8-8 in 2003. We were riding high on the hog. This Marvin Lewis and Carson Palmer, at the time that was both of their first season, and it was hey, we might have something here, man. And then 2004 we went 8-8 again, but it's hey, 2 8-8 seasons in a row. That's literally the best back-to-back seasons we've had in since the Super Bowl run in the 80s, right? Or maybe you could say we did go to the playoffs in 1990, so there was something to be said about that year. But either way, 2 back-to-back 8-8 seasons in 2003 and 2004 for somebody who was born in 1992 felt wow, is it ever gonna is this the best it could possibly ever be? I didn't even think that the Bengals were allowed to go to the playoffs at the time. I thought there must have been some sort of rule that was preventing them from it. I'm not joking either. I legitimately thought that the Bengals just are like kind of like how in college, not everybody can go to the championship game because of the way that rankings go, and it's a little different now because of the college football playoff. But even then, there's all the FCS teams that can't do whatever. And even then, it's still partially based on rankings and everything like that. So it's like, the likelihood that OU is ever going to win Ohio University is ever going to win another championship. We won one in the 60s. The likelihood that that's ever going to happen again because of the state of the MAC these days is just not going to happen, right? But yeah, so 2003, 2004, it's like back-to-back 8-8 seasons. Hey, that's something. 2005, we go to the playoffs. We lose in the first round because the Steelers are evil, and and Kimo Van Olhoffen targeted Carson Palmer's knee to knock him out of the game, and I will die on that hill. That is indeed what happened. But yeah, if the Steelers make it to the playoffs this year and they lose, then they're approaching our level of playoff futility, and that's that maybe that's worth them winning the division. Because I think it was what was a stranger. Weren't you the one who was saying, I hope the Steelers win so the Ravens don't win the AFC North 3 times in a row? It's like, well, you'd also have that side of it. Steelers win, lose in the first round, and then they're on a way towards historic futility. I think I still would prefer, just because I hate the Steelers so much, I think I would still prefer the guarantee of things being worse for them. Another 9-8 season, but this time they don't get in the playoffs. That's just the way I feel about it. Looks like the Bengals are going to return the kick first, and you do have Taj Brooks sitting back there to return. And he's not the one who returns. He's going to be blocking for number 12. I should at least have the Bengals roster memorized, but you've just got a lot of players who aren't really much of a thing. Myles Garrett is going for the sack record today. I say we don't let him have it. What is the sack record? Now, it is also 16 games, or 17 games, but I don't even know what the single season sack record is. 23, so Myles Garrett at 22 would need 1 to tie and 2 to break, and let's just not let him have that. That'd be great. Chase Brown is going to get the 1st and 10 handoff, and he picks up about 4 yards there, so, The Browns do have a good defense, so I will say today, while the game doesn't ultimately matter, and you're probably going to have Jim coming in at some point being like, why are you even watching the game? Well, because I'm a fan of my team. But, there is actually, from the Bengals fan perspective, it is kind of worth seeing. They only gave him 3 on that run, but it is just worth seeing what the offense does because, has the offense been good or have they been playing the Cardinals and the Dolphins, right? We'll see what they do against the Browns. But, hey, look, Chase Brown, that's a pretty good run right there. And on 2nd and 7, he gets about 6 yards on that run. So, don't forget the Bengals did beat the Browns in Week 1, but it was 17-16. So, good offensive performance today goes a long way toward making you feel better about next year, right? Now, sucks that that's where we're at, but that is where we're at. Keyshawn Williams, by the way, finally got around to looking up the name of the guy who had the kick return. But anyway, we are on the 44-yard line. I believe it's going to be a false start on the Bengals. Although maybe, I don't know. They're indicated might be on Myles Garrett. Nope, it is a false start. Okay. False start on the Bengals. That's going to back them up. And it's going to be 3rd down now. Dalton Reisner is the one who got caught on that. Sucks. Damn it! Oh, well. All right, come on, Bengals. Look, I know, a lot of people oh, draft position this, draft position that. Yeah, fuck that, dude. Fuck draft position. I don't even, if we lose today, what is that even going to do for our draft position? Hold on, I'll check here in a second. Joe Burrow rolls back, looking around. He's going to finally throw it to P. Ryan, but P. Ryan just gets slammed, at the line of scrimmage. So, it's going to be 4th down and 6, and Joe Burrow's a little slow to get up. Ew. Not that slow. He looks okay. Looks like he just got rocked a little bit, not injured. Myles Garrett's coming for him, but Joe Burrow getting rid of that ball. Myles Garrett's not the one who ended up hitting him, by the way. It was 57. I don't even know who that is. All right. So the punt is away on 4th and 5. And that is going to be, it's a nice punt. Wow, nice. Down to about the 5. And it's not as good a punt coverage. Although I don't know. Okay, so eventually the punt coverage gets to him at like the 5-yard line. So it takes them forever to bring him down. But luckily they were covering it well enough that he didn't really have a lot of lanes to go. So he just ended up bouncing around and doing nothing ultimately. So Shadur Sanders and the Browns offense is going to take over now from roughly about their 5-yard line. That was Isaiah McGuire, by the way, who got the hit on Burrow. A third-year player out of Missouri. I don't know if I've ever heard of him before. Yeah. I thought it might have been you, stranger. 22.5. Don't only care about draft position when we aren't playing. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. Like, I want other teams to give us good draft position. Like, I'm just saying, I don't want the Bengals to lose for the sake of draft positioning. I'd rather other teams win, and that gives us better draft positioning, right? All right, so that's going to be a handoff, and the Bengals take him down after about 2, maybe 3 yards. Harold Fannin Jr. and David Njoku both out. So the top 2 tight end options for the Browns are not available today, which is good because that's like our Achilles heel on defense. I mean, we have a lot of garbage on defense, but the thing we're worst against is tight ends. So 2nd and 7 now. Best we can draft is 8 if we lose and a couple teams win. Well, okay. What's the best we can draft if we win, though? Like, is there a possibility that we go like up in the draft order if we win? That's my question. That's what I was looking up because I'm not okay with losing, but you know I'd be okay with our draft position going up for other reasons. I have a feeling the Chiefs are going to screw the Raiders out of the number 1 pick by forcing them to win. That's even worse than tanking. That's tanking so that another team in your division doesn't get what they want. Like, that's worse than tanking. All right. Shadur Sanders, 3rd and 4. He's going to throw, and that is horrible coverage by Jordan Battle. And just doesn't matter who is in there in the slot, but the Bengals just can't cover it. 83. That was Malachi Corley, wide receiver from Western Kentucky. I think he was a guy I was looking at for the Bengals in the draft a couple years ago. What are you doing, Jordan Battle? Me and my dad have been talking about like how the Bengals defenses have been improving and how maybe now there are some guys that you want to see what they got next year. And he's bringing up Jordan Battle as like, oh, he's a guy who like maybe, we can see some more development out of next year. Shadur Sanders throws as he's getting hit. Doesn't end up getting taken down, but he just throws that ball to the ground, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. But yeah, me and my dad have been talking about like who you really want to see back on defense next year. And there's some guys that I'm like, I want to see, Miles Murphy. Joseph Osai has been taking some good steps too, so I want to see what he's got. TJ Slayton at the end of the year has been kind of coming on a little bit, so maybe it'd be nice to see another year of him. Demetrius Knight, I like some of the trajectory that I've seen from him. DJ Turner, Dax Hill, guys like that. But he's also throwing Jordan Battle in there, and I'm like, I've not seen a damn thing out of Jordan Battle. It's a fumble, and the Bengals recover the fumble. That's great pressure. I think it might have been, was it Howard Cross? Is that McKinley? That's not McKinley Jackson. It's number 93 named Jackson. Howard Cross is the one who recovers the fumble. I thought he was the one who caused the fumble, but I guess we can see on a replay here. No, it was actually Cam Sample who forced that fumble, and Howard Cross was getting pressure on the other side, but Cam Sample's the one who got his hand in there and knocked that ball out. The Bengals get a big turnover. I swear I thought we released McKinley Jackson. That says he's still on the Bengals. Okay. All right, so I guess McKinley Jackson's in there. That's wild. I swear I thought we released him. Yeah, it's McKinley Jackson. Okay, whatever. They didn't put a graphic up about draft position if we win. Well, That's what I'm more thinking about if we win. So if we win, then we finish 7-10. And let's see, other teams that could finish 7-10 include the... Hold on. False start. On the Bengals? Yeah. Okay, whatever. I mean, obviously we're on offense, but like I think the game went a little faster than I was anticipating because I'm paying attention to draft positioning right now. It's not what I wanted to be doing in week 18, but well, that's where we're at. It's going to be 1st and 15 now for the Bengals after the big fumble recovery. They're still in field goal range, though, which is good. So they got the ball at the 34-yard line. All right, it's going to be a handoff, Chase Brown, and he gets hit pretty much immediately. Manages to pick up about a yard on the run, but yeah, it's going to be 2nd down and 14 now. So yeah, the Dolphins could finish 7-10 with a loss to the Patriots. The Chiefs could finish 7-10 with a win over the Raiders, but I don't know how that affects our like tiebreaker with them. Yeah, I think those are the only teams. So it'd be the looks like the Chiefs and the Dolphins that could potentially finish with the same record as us if they win. If they lose, then they'll beat us out. All right, and there's going to be a handoff, Chase Brown. There's another flag, and I thought personally it was the Browns jumping, but maybe they're going to call a false start again on the Bengals. Who knows? Let's see. So any current 7-win teams, there's the Dolphins. So they would have to lose, obviously. Offsides. Oh, they're calling offsides on the Browns. Sweet, nice. Okay, so if the Patriots beat the Dolphins, that might help us out. I don't know how that affects standings. Or like whatever. But yeah, the Chiefs. If the Chiefs beat the Raiders, then they have the same record as us. And then the Dolphins, if they lose to the Patriots. So I don't really quite know how that affects draft positioning though. Joe Burrow's going to throw, and he's got an open man. He's got T. Higgins, who breaks one tackle and almost breaks another one. Picks up about 5 yards through that tackle, though, and that's going to put the Bengals right smack dab in goal-to-go situation. I think he got down to about the 5-yard line before he came down. Yeah, picked up about the 6. Picked up about 4 yards after he got tripped up there. Nice route. Nice play. Good execution. Yeah, it looks like the Chiefs and the Dolphins are the only ones that we're really in contention with. And we beat the Dolphins, so I'm imagining the Dolphins would have the tiebreaker there when it comes to draft positioning. So, I think Samaje Perine takes the handoff there, and he picks up about 2 yards. So that's going to get us to about the 4-yard line, 2nd and goal from the 4. So I'm guessing with the Dolphins are pretty much... If the Dolphins win, that would help us out. So, go Dolphins. But if the Dolphins lose, I think they would have the tiebreaker over us for the... or I guess we would have technically the tiebreaker over them, but when it comes to draft positioning, you think about it in a different way. Joe Burrow, shotgun formation. He's got Chase Brown, and he manages to get the perfect angle on number 30 there. Gets into the end zone. That's going to be a Cincinnati Bengals touchdown. That's Devin Bush. That's a guy I really like. I was hoping the Bengals could pick up at some point, but in this case, it works out for the Bengals. 30 on 30. It's 30 on 30 violence. Chase Brown just gets a fantastic... and part of it, I think, is Denzel Ward kind of got... Like, it looked like Denzel Ward and Devin Bush kind of collided with each other there. That's part of what happened. But anyway, Bengals take the 6-0 lead pending the extra point. Kick is up, and that was blocked. Ooh. Brown's got a block, so it's going to remain 6-0. I didn't see who got the block. Let's see. Wright, number 91, is the one who blocked that one. Alex Wright, yeah. Well, the good news for the Bengals is a 6-0 lead over the Browns might be insurmountable, given their offense. But then again, our defense has not... I still don't really trust our defense yet, even though they've been playing better. But yeah. Anyway, as far as the draft positioning thing goes, if the Dolphins beat the Patriots, then that's good. If the Dolphins lose, I think that they will overtake our position. In the draft, the Chiefs, I don't know though, because like I don't like the Chiefs. We don't really have a lot of like commonality with them, so I wonder if maybe the other playoff predictor would let me know, the Ray Lenhoff one. I wonder if this would let me know. Let's just go ahead and update. And so the Bengals beat the Browns, and the let's just say the Dolphins beat the Patriots just to make this easier. And then the Chiefs. Well, if the Chiefs lose to the Raiders, then they're just better off than us in general. If the I guess the Chiefs have the tiebreaker over us too. So, so in both cases, what we want. So there's the Bengals are basically, if the Bengals win, they're locked into their playoff position. There's there's no, or I mean their draft position. If the Bengals win, well, no, because then you're competing against NFC teams too. I forgot about that. So it's not just the AFC. So all of the AFC teams have tiebreakers over us. That being the Dolphins and the Chiefs if they finish with the same record as us. In the NFC right now, looks like the Falcons and the Saints are the only ones. So let's see what happens there. I don't know if I'm going to get that here, though. Well, here we go. AFC, NFC combined. So that'll be my best shot, anyway, of having a potential of figuring it out. So let's say the Saints and Falcons both... Well, no, only one of them. So from a Bengals perspective, you want the Falcons to beat the Saints. You know, sorry about your luck, Mikey, but I think actually, let's see, if the Saints win, then both those teams finish 7-10, and if both those teams finish 7-10, then the Bengals, actually, let's see, if all let's just do the scenario where all these teams finish 7-10, all the potential teams finish 7-10, and if that's the case, then what the hell? I don't understand the Panthers being below the Bengals at 8. Oh, it's because I haven't done everything else. I guess that does make sense. So the kickoff is going to be returned, and it's going to be a pretty standard kick return. I didn't see exactly where it came out to. But anyway, so basically you would have the Falcons, Saints, Dolphins, Dolphins, and Chiefs and the Bengals all have the potential of finishing 7-10. So the Chiefs and Dolphins would both have tiebreakers over the Bengals, as far as draft positioning goes, or the Bengals would have tiebreakers over them. I can't really tell with the Falcons and Saints, though. Hard to say. I wonder if Tankathon would know. All right, so it's going to be a pitch to the running back there, and Bengals get on him immediately. I think he might have got back to the line of scrimmage. Okay, so as of right now, the Bengals have the 10th draft position. They're below they're ahead of the Saints and the Chiefs. So they have the 10th, whereas the Saints have the 8th and the Chiefs have the 9th, right? So technically, despite having the same record, the Bengals are shown as having a better season than the Chiefs by technicality. Anyway, that's going to be a toss to the left there, and it picks about 4 yards, or 3 yards, and it's going to be 3rd and 6 for the Browns offense. Come on, defense, let's stop them here. Yeah. I don't know if you can, like... There's a way to figure it out from here, though. All right, Shadur Sanders, shotgun snap. He's going to throw over the middle, and that is almost intercepted. Oh, man, that was way closer to being intercepted than it was going to any Browns player. That was like, there were 2 Bengals players in the area, and Geno Stone almost picked that off. But frankly, Geno Stone, if you're out of the way, if you don't try to pick that one off, then I think Barrett Carter easily picks that one off. So Geno Stone made sure that that wasn't an interception. What a dick. I hate that guy. What a dick. And then I guess if you think you have a chance at it, you got to go for it. But I don't want that guy back next year. I just don't. Punt is away, and that is going to be returned from about the 23. Gets out to about the 30-ish, 29 and a half or so before he gets pushed out of bounds. So, looking pretty good for the Bengals so far today. I'm not really seeing any good indication of if the Bengals, Saints, and Falcons all finish 7-10, who would have the draft advantage there. I believe the Saints and the Falcons would, but it's hard to say based off of all this, because they've got the Cowboys in here at 7-8-1. They got the Panthers in here at 8-9. I just don't know. What are the tie-breaking NFL for draft order? Head-to-head, which we didn't play the Falcons or Saints, so that would be moot. Conference record. Even in non-conference games? Or even against non-conference opponents? Okay, so I guess it's their own conference record. So, what would be... Is that even listed here? Conference record? Oh, wait, here we go. Conference record, here we go. The Bengals would be 6-6 in the conference. Saints be 5-7. Falcons would be 6-6. So the Saints would definitely... the Saints would definitely have a better draft... Would be ahead of us in the draft order because of conference record. But with the Falcons, we would tie there. So what's next? Common games. I don't even know what the Falcons' schedule was this year. So let's see. They played the Rams, Cardinals. We played the Cardinals. Buccaneers, Seahawks, Jets. We played the Jets. Saints, Panthers, Colts, Patriots. We played the Patriots. And the Dolphins. We played the Dolphins. So that's 4 common games. So I'm guessing it's probably going to come down to common games record. No, wait. Bengals schedule, not roster. What the fuck am I doing? Miles, please be careful with Joe. Somebody's got a sign up that says that. All right, well, we'll figure that out here in a second because we're back to the game. It's 1st and 10. It's going to be a handoff to Chase Brown, who gets a nice hole up the middle. Picks up about 13 yards on the run. Works out. Okay, so Dolphins, are there any other common games? Well, the Bills, so that's 5. Yeah, so there's 5 games we would have to determine the common record between. So Falcons beat the Bills. We lost to the Bills, so that would help our draft stock. Hold on. Joe Burrow is under center, and he's motioning T. Higgins out to the left. It's going to be another handoff to Chase Brown, who makes one guy miss, but number 30, forget his name, but the guy who gave up the touchdown, he ends up stopping the run there. That could have been a big gain if not for him. Devin Bush. I don't know why I keep forgetting his name. Pretty notable person. Okay, so 1-1, and the Bengals beat them. So both these teams are 1-1. The Jets, both of these teams lost to the Jets, so they're both 1-2. All right, Joe Burrow is under center once again. Hand the ball off Chase Brown, and he breaks one tackle, picks up first down, picks up about 6 or 7 total. It's good running there. So yeah, 1-2. With the Cardinals, we both beat the Cardinals, so that's 2-2. And then there was a fifth one, right? Oh, the Patriots, and we both lost the Patriots, so we'd still be tied at that point. God damn it! All right, strength of victory would be next. Joe Burrow is gonna throw that. It's high for Jamar Chase, but luckily there's nobody near him, so he brings that down with one hand. And I think the ref is saying that he picked up the first down. I don't. It's gonna be close. Calling the field is a first down though. Yeah, that's a pretty good spot. That's a pretty good spot. So yeah, first down for the Bengals. Strength of victory. They got strength of schedule here on where is that? Strength of schedule would be under strength of victory. So, but they do rank strength of schedule on Tankathon. So it's gonna be a pitch right to Chase Brown. Doesn't get a whole lot there. I think he might have gotten about a yard, maybe two. Not really the best play call there, but whatever. So the Bengals' strength of schedule is 517, as opposed to the Falcons, which is 496. So the Bengals have the better strength of schedule. So I think it's going to end up being strength of victory, which is not currently tracked by NFL draft order. So it appears to be that the Bengals would actually have the tiebreaker over all teams that could potentially finish 7-10. So if the Bengals win, they're locked in. I think they're locked into their number 10 draft spot. Well, no, that's not true. They would actually, I think, lose a couple. Nice play by Jamar Chase to keep moving, and he picks up another first down there. It was about a 9-yard pass from Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase, and he gets tackled. He gets hit pretty much immediately, but he's like a bull in a china shop and just keeps pushing forward. That's about an 8-yard. So I mean, he picked up about 3 there on the extra effort. Well, now 2, but either way, it's first down. So yeah, pending strength of victory being potentially different, I think the Bengals would end up below all those teams if they won today. But that's fine with me. It's fine with me. It's going to be if they all finish 7-10. Obviously, there's some teams. Like I think the Dolphins can finish 8-9 if they win. So it's going to be another handoff. This time it's a jet sweep to Keyshawn Williams. Don't see him getting involved in the offense a lot, but there he is. It's going to be another first down after the jet sweep. There is a Browns player who was down and injured. Who is that? I think it was number 1. They don't have a number 1. So I don't know who the fuck that is. Oh wait, here we go. Martin Emerson Jr., cornerback. They've got him listed on injured reserve, but that was definitely number 1. So I don't know if that's like some practice squad guy who's taking the jersey. I don't know. Looked like it was Martin Emerson though, or maybe the Browns just don't update their website. I'll tell you what, that's rough. If that is Martin Emerson and he came back. And he's injured again. That's not good. Now this says he's out for the year, so that couldn't have been Martin Emerson. Maybe I don't know. It looked like a 1 though. It looked like a number 1. We are on commercial, so I guess I can try to figure it out here. Oh, okay. I think that might actually be number 7. Yeah, he's tracking over here on the right side. Okay, now he was the one who was covering Keyshawn Williams. He was a little late to the play, which is part of what happened there. And he got looks like he hurt his arm. So Tyson Campbell is the guy who's down. So it looks like Keyshawn Williams, pretty standard play. I think Tyson Campbell might have been trying to knock that ball out and then ended up just hurting his arm instead of actually doing what he wanted. So that's unfortunate. Hope he is okay. Murphy just bullied the left tackle. That must have been on the previous drive then. Cross recovered, sample forced. It's a good play. Bucks and their fans are Saints fans, and Panthers and their fans are Falcons fans. That is indeed the case. Either way, I think an 8-9 team makes the playoffs, which is funny. That's right? Like they both finished 8-9. So either way, an 8-9 team makes the playoffs. Although what would actually I think be the funniest would be if the Panthers make the playoffs, right? I mean, no offense to Mikey or anything like that, but the funniest possible outcome for the NFC South is that the Panthers win the division despite losing what you could have made the argument was the NFC South championship. They end up losing that game and still end up making the playoffs because the Falcons take out the Saints. That would be, I think, the funniest possible outcome. Obviously, it wouldn't be funny for Mikey getting swept by the Falcons, but he already said he thinks the Falcons are going to win. So, according to Mikey, we're going to get a Carolina Panthers division win, and then who would they even play? The 49ers. Are the 49ers locked in? Well, they already finished their game, so so they're 12-5. I guess the Rams could finish 12-5 too, potentially. Okay, so the Rams could finish 12-5, and they would be the 5th seed. So the NFC South winner will play the winner of, or whoever will play the 49ers or the Rams, depending on if the Rams beat the Cardinals. Rams will probably beat the Cardinals, so they'll probably play the Rams. It's going to be a handoff to P. Ryan. He gets a nice run lane there, picks up about 4 yards. Either way, it's enough for a Bengals first down. Let's go. Anyway, my guess is the NFC South winner is going to end up playing the Rams, and the Rams will probably beat the fuck out of whoever it is. However, if I recall correctly, the Panthers beat the Rams. So, when they played them earlier this season. Now, that doesn't mean they'll beat them again, but it was a really close game. But, I mean, the Panthers could beat them. I don't see the Buccaneers beating them, though. Like, I think, honestly, the less potent of the two teams. Oh, no! It's tipped and intercepted! Damn it! Oh, shit, he might be gone. This is going to be a pick six, I think. Or maybe not. Okay. That was Devin Bush. Devin Bush with the pick six. There is a flag on the return. Hopefully this is a flag before the play even happens, but I think it was on the return. So, hopefully this is at least coming back. Cam Ward is injured and leaving the locker room. Well, that's not good. What's up, y'all? Happy season finale, as it feels good. The Bengals are finishing the season strong. Depends on what happens here. May the stuff the Browns today and send Stefanski packing. He's underachieved in the land. Sort of. Okay, so they are saying it was a touchdown. Taunting on the Browns. That's not even going to fucking do anything. Whatever. Well, pending the extra point, the Browns are going to take the lead here. Now, that was an interception thrown by Joe Burrow, but it was tipped, not necessarily entirely his fault. That's kind of a freak play. Devin Bush was in the perfect position to go get a pick six there. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. Never mind, Cam Ward is coming back to the sideline. That's good. If all 5 teams finish 7-10, the Bengals would have the 12th pick. Okay. All right. I was wondering about that, yeah. I'll take the 12th pick. That's fine. 12th pick is still a good pick. All right, the extra point is up, and that one is not blocked, and that one's straight down Broadway. Straight, right down the middle. Wasn't even close. So the Browns take the lead on a fluke play. The good news is it was a fluke play, and otherwise the Bengals offense has been playing very well today. The Bengals defense has also been playing very well today. And the Browns offense, as we know, is garbage. And our offense, it was a freak play. It's not, it's really more of a, makes the game look closer than it really is right now, right? Because we were knocking on the door of scoring there. So, I mean, that sucks that it kind of gives the Browns a little bit of momentum. But even then, I'd say the Bengals still have the momentum in this game. That hurts the momentum a little bit. They gotta do some work to hold on to their momentum. But even with the pick six, that's still, even with the pick six and the fact that the Bengals missed their extra point, that's still, the Bengals are still the better team out of the two right now. So I mean, they gotta keep it up, but barring disaster, I think we'll work our way back. Clayton Tune is bad. Is he the Packers guy? He's the Packers guy, right? He's backup for the Packers because Malik Willis is hurt. And they're not going to play. Playing Jordan Love would be the stupidest thing you could possibly do. He's got a 56.2 quarterback rating right now. Playing against J.J. McCarthy, who's doing well. He's got 107.6. Now, that's with 0 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Vikings had a field goal and a 3 and out. But other than that, or maybe it was a 4 and out. I don't know. Either way, yeah. Sucks for the Packers, but I don't think they really care that much. It'll be really funny if they play the Bears in the playoffs and the Bears beat them. I want to live in that world, man. I really want to live in that world. So all we got to do is have the Bears beat the Lions. Got to have the Bears beat the Lions, or the Commanders beat the Eagles. Either the Bears beat the Lions or the Commanders beat the Eagles. And I think no matter what happens, the Packers are locked into the 7th seed, right? I don't think they can. They're locked in. There's no reason. Like, you just sit every single starter you have. Absolutely. Clayton Tune, fuck Clayton Tune. Put him out in the line of fire. It doesn't really matter. Keyshawn Williams going to take the kick return there, and he fights his way to get to the 30-yard line. Browns do have a bit of a spark. I will say that. Browns look like they're, after that pick 6, the Browns look like they believe in themselves a little bit more, which isn't good for us, but, like I said, the Bengals should, just stay on pace. Don't let that pick 6 kill you, which Joe Burrow is good for. We'll see if the rest of the team can keep that same energy, but, there's more disastrous pick 6s that have ever been thrown before. Let's just get it back together on this drive, man. All right, Joe Burrow, shotgun snap, good protection, throws. He's got Chase Brown, but he cannot do anything with that. And they're saying the Browns are saying they have the ball, but it looks like the Chase Brown isn't worried about it. I don't think that. Yeah, I think he was down. No. Well, maybe the argument there is that he never caught the ball. I wonder if they're saying that was just an incomplete pass, because, he made a football move, sort of, but not. I don't know if he completed one enough. I don't know if the Browns are going to try to challenge the play here. Because you can make the argument either way, but it's called an incomplete pass on the field, so it might just kind of be a wasted challenge. Looks like the Bengals aren't even trying to get the ball snapped quickly, so they're basically daring the Browns to challenge that. Samaje Perine takes the handoff, and he gets a nice little cut to the outside, picks up about 8 yards. There you go. So that's going to be 2nd and 2 after that. Campbell down. Campbell who? Bleep. Yeah, that was bad. It'd most likely be the Rams, who I need to remind you the Panthers beat. Yeah, but I wouldn't. That was kind of a fluke that they won that game. Keep your division rivals bad as long as you can. The Chiefs know it helps them long term to lose and keep the Raiders trash. I don't know if that's such a stretch, though, man. That's such a stretch. That's going to be the end of the first quarter, by the way. So we're on to the second quarter. But yeah, that's such a stretch, man. To lose so that your division rival has a worse draft spot, even though they're probably going to be number 2. Like, they still have a really good draft positioning. I don't know if the Chiefs. I don't know, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I'm already against tanking as is, but I would think even people who are pro tanking wouldn't necessarily be. Some would, some wouldn't. But I feel like that would even among the tanking community, that would be controversial. Jaguars can still get any of the 7 seeds. What? They can? What? That doesn't make any sense. The Jaguars lose, and... Oh, right, because the AFC North. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the AFC North. So yeah, the Texans could technically win the division, and then the Chargers could beat the Broncos. Oh, well, apparently that doesn't really matter. And then the Bills could beat the Jets, and okay, weird. So the Chargers don't have a tiebreaker over the Jaguars directly, but I guess in a 3-way tie they would, which is strange. So if the Bills, well, okay, so how are we getting the Jaguars to the 6th seed? That's the question. If the Bills beat the Jets and the Chargers beat the Broncos. Oh, okay. So if the Broncos beat the Chargers, then the Jaguars get the 6th seed. If the Jaguars, if the Bills lose to the Jets, then the Jaguars get the 5th seed. How do they get to the 4th seed? That's my question. I don't know. I don't think the Jaguars can get to the 4th seed. Yeah, I don't think that's possible, right? The Steelers win, then they're 10-7. If the Ravens win, then the division winner's 9-8. But if the Steelers win, the division winner's 10-7, and the worst the Jaguars can get is 12-5, which would never put them in the 4th seed. Whoever wins AFC North will be the 4th seed. That's guaranteed. So they cannot get the 4th. Okay, you said well besides 4. Okay, yeah, 4 is the only one they can't get. Which is funny that they can still get the 1 seed. That'd be. I'm rooting for that outcome. I hope the Jaguars get the 1 seed. Let's go Jags. I've said this many times on this channel. I've always kind of had a bit of a soft spot for the Jags. 3rd and 2, and there's a lot of motion, but it's all audibling. Samaje Perine motions inside, and the Browns almost jump. They don't quite do it. Bengals just taking their sweet time. I am so confused. Did we take a delay of game on purpose? Bengals took a timeout. I mean, in the first half, I guess I don't mind using a timeout for something like that, but that was a weird series of events. First play of the second quarter is just them trying to get the Browns to jump off sides, I guess. Falcons take the early lead over the Saints, so that is bad news for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bad news for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So obviously, they got the job done against the Panthers. You know, wasn't the cleanest win, but it was a win, so they just need the Saints to come through for them. Samaje Perine takes the handoff, and he gets enough for the first down. There you go. All right. Let's see how our boy Tyler Shuck's been doing. Hasn't really done much. Hasn't really, done poorly. Looks like he's just kind of generally doing whatever he's doing. Jawan Johnson fumbled. I know Mikey's not going to like that. We'll ask Mikey about what happened with Jawan Johnson's fumble when he eventually is doing whatever he's doing. But he is streaming the game himself right now. So maybe at halftime I'll go in and ask him what's going on. All right, Joe Burrow, shotgun snap. He's going to throw, and he's got, was that Noah Fant? I think it's Noah Fant, about 6 yards. And did he fumble? Oh, no. Is this going to be another touchdown? What the fuck? And they're throwing a flag. I think they're going to throw another taunting flag on the Browns for diving into the end zone like that. Good Lord. Yep, that's a fumble. That's a fumble, and it is it's a scoop 6. Are we trying to give this game away? Dude, I don't know, man. We're only going to be down 8. So it's not the end of the world yet, but it's right after a quarter change. I don't know. I didn't even see what the flag was, but wait, did they take the touchdown away? What the fuck? Under review. Oh, okay. Are they saying that perhaps his knee wasn't down? I don't know. Well, since we're going to commercial, let me see. His knee might have been down. Maybe the Bengals threw a challenge. You can't challenge scoring plays, I don't think. Okay, let's see. That ball looks like that's out right there, but his knee is down. It's very close. Hard to say. Hard to say. Let me see. I've got the game. I've got the thing pulled up here, but let's see. Knees down, ball is coming out there. It's like it's by the barest of margins. Now, I mean, you're gonna have a clean look at it. You're gonna have a clean look at it, but okay. So got the ball there. Ball's not knocked out. Um, Knee comes down. Ball is out, but it's really hard to tell where it came out. Partially because of the NFL has better technology than I do, but who fumbled Yoshi? No, I think it was Noah Fant. Definitely not Yoshi. Hard to tell on the broadcast replay. I don't know. I don't know how long this commercial break's going to last, so I don't really want to risk getting caught in the commercial break. What was the penalty, though? The penalty was taunting. Taunting is the dumbest rule of all time, man. Never erases. It doesn't really erase touchdowns pretty much anymore, which is that's probably a good thing. Although not good for the Bengals in this scenario, but I'd rather have good rules than a Bengals advantage, frankly. I don't know whether I want the Saints to win. We make the playoffs or the Falcons win. Maybe Bowles gets fired. I'd rather make the playoffs if I were you. I'd much rather make the playoffs if I were you, but that's your call. If it's not indisputable by video evidence, then they stay with the call on the field. Well, they do have a clean look. It's hard for me to tell because I just can't get the video to pause at the right moment, but they can. So they should have indisputable video evidence one way or the other. It's just hard for me to tell because like every time I like when I hit pause, it doesn't pause at that moment. It jumps a bit. So it's hard for me to get an exact look at the exact point in time. That's the reason why it's tough for me. But we'll see what happens. Same celebration got a penalty, both touchdowns. Yeah. Stupid. It's a stupid rule because it doesn't even matter anymore, like on touchdowns. So what's the point? Here we go. Ball is moving, but maybe not out when that knee comes down, though. That's the thing. Like the ball, his arm moves, but it looks like the ball is secured. But you got to pause it at the exact moment. They're saying the call stands. I would imagine because that's so close that unless you're absolutely sure, but I feel like you can, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, Browns get the touchdown. Call is confirmed by the refs. Kick is up and it's good. So the Bengals just got to stop being so damn sloppy on offense, and they should be fine. Luckily, the defense is playing well, and the Browns' offense is trash. So, one good offensive drive here, and it's tied up again, and you just gotta, from that point, do better. Luckily, the game is 60 minutes long, not 16 minutes long. We still got most of the game left to play. So, like I said, a good offensive drive, get in the end zone, and you're fine. You just got to stop being so damn sloppy. But boy, this is rough so far. This reminded me of earlier in the season. Remember me talking all that stuff about how if Joe Burrow's in there, then they probably win at least two of those games that Jake Browning was. Well, I mean, it wasn't all Jake Browning. There were also some really sloppy offensive turnovers that had nothing to do with Jake Browning. So I mean, I still think they probably would have won with Joe Burrow, but. Because Joe Burrow at least gives you a chance to overcome them, which Jake Browning just couldn't do at all. The reason the Jaguars can get 5, 6, and 7 is because the Texans can still win the AFC South. Yeah, I did figure that out as I was going through it. It's just they could not get the 4 seed, though, is the main thing. All right, Keyshawn Williams takes that to about the 27-yard line, where the offense is going to get another opportunity to try to go out there and get a score. Like I said, the good news is the Browns have scored 14 straight off of offensive mistakes right now. And that's not good news, but the good news is it's not like the Browns are dominating this game. It's just that, a couple of plays have really kind of randomly fucked the Bengals over. But If the offense can stop being so fucking sloppy, we should be okay. Now, I mean, you gotta start getting it together now because you don't want to get into desperation mode. It's gonna be a handoff. Chase Brown, he picks up about 4 yards on the run to the right tackle, roughly about. We got an offensive lineman who's a little slow to get up. Wonder what's going on with him. They got the huddle in there, and I don't think anybody came off the field, so I guess it must have just been a little slow to get up. They're calling it 3-yard game, by the way. I thought it was 4, but, you know, that's pretty common. I think it was Dalton Reisner. It might have been Amarius Mims who was slow to get up, but looks like he's fine now. Samaje Perine gets the handoff, and he gets through quite a bit to only pick up about 5 yards, but, you know, considering the run blocking, that's pretty good to get 5 yards there. 3rd and 2 now. Gotta keep this offense moving, man. Cannot let the Browns, because, I mean, I was just talking about how, like, the Bengals still had the momentum after the pick 6, but now, you know, you've got a chance, you've got a real chance of giving all the momentum to the Browns, right? Because their defense is the good version of their team, and you're keeping their defense out there right now. Now, maybe you tire out their defense. I don't know. But anyway, Joe Burrow, shotgun snap, he throws, and that's a nice throw to Jamar Chase. Good route for him to get open. And that is going to be a Bengals first down. Boom. There we go. Come on, let's get it together, man. Get it together. We've had 2 defensive scores, which is not a good thing, but it's better than, you know, basically better than nothing. Or not better than nothing. Nothing would be better, but it's better than just, you know, collapsing on defense or even like, you know, like following up a offensive turnover touchdown with a defensive letting them get a touchdown on offense, right? Like, you know, at least it's not that we suck, you know, it's just that we can't hold on to the ball. But there's another one. There's Jamar Chase once again. He got hit straight in the helmet. I don't like that, man. That was a helmet to helmet hit. I don't think it was intentional, but I feel like if that was the Bengals, then that would have, I feel like if that was the Bengals doing that, that would have got flagged. Yeah, he just got smacked in the helmet there by 26. Again, do not think it was intentional, but the Bengals would have been given a penalty for it, so that's how I feel about it. And I hope Jamar Chase didn't pick up a little concussion there. I mean, he looks like he's okay, but that doesn't mean that he's okay. Chase Brown takes the handoff, gets stuffed at the line, so it's going to be 3rd and 2. Jaguars tied 7-7 with the Titans, but Trevor Lawrence finds a seam to take them up to 13-7, pending their extra point. I don't know if they got it or not because this is just a highlight play. How the fuck did the refs manage to miss that helmet to helmet on the second Chase catch? Once again, I don't think it was intentional. I think it was. I think it was. Intent doesn't excuse results. Yeah, but I think it was incidental contact is the main thing. Samaje Perine tries to take the handoff, and he gets stopped about an inch or so short. It's gonna be 4th and 1 now. Now the Bengals, they are in a position where potentially going for it here makes sense, especially with the Browns offense. You can probably take the risk with them. But I would imagine the Bengals are going to go for it here. Does look like the offense is staying out there, so I think this is the right call. See what happens, but Bengals need to get something going on offense, so I do kind of agree with this. Yeah, they got the ball at the 45-yard line. It's pretty much no man's land. Shotgun formation for Joe Burrow, and I think he's trying to get him to jump, but the Bengals are just going to take it. That's soft. The Bengals took a delay of game. I think they should have gone for it, man. I don't like that. Maybe the idea is calming the offense down a little bit, being like, hey, you've had 3 drives in a row, and you're starting to get a little antsy out there. Let's get the defense out there and let them kind of, get some momentum back in the Bengals' favor. Punting from the 50, so potentially good spot for Ryan Rico to pin him. I just don't I don't know. I feel like I would have gone for it, is all I'm saying. Punt is away. That's going to be fair caught at the 11.5-yard line. So not the best punt of all time. I mean, not terrible, but like feels like Ryan Rico's really good at coffin cornering and accuracy and making these incredible punts in situations where it doesn't matter as much. But like when the pressure's on and when he's got great field position, like he's really good from punting from like the 20 or the 30, but from like from really prime punting position, it feels like he just isn't very good at that, which is annoying. 4th and 1, giving the ball to Brown at the 11-yard line, which, knowing the way that their offense is going and our defense is going, it's probably just going to result in a punting scenario, and the offense is going to go back, and they're going to get the ball at a pretty standard position. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I would have gone for it. I feel like, especially with how aggressive Zach Taylor is sometimes, like, I don't quite get why we're not going for it there. That's what I would have done. Yeah, my dad's not happy about these turnovers. I'm not happy about them either. I'm just saying the good news is the offense looks pretty good, other than the catastrophic plays. But outside of the catastrophic plays, the offense has looked pretty good. Maybe not so much on that last drive, but the defense was doing good. Hopefully, they've had a lot of rest. Now they can come out and do a little bit better. James Rapine agrees with me, by the way. Opting to take a delay of game on 4th and 1 from the Browns' 45-yard line in a season finale while trailing the Browns 14-6. And not only trailing the Browns 14-6, but trailing the Browns 14-6 in a situation where... Trailing the Browns 14-6 in a situation where it's really just your execution that's the problem. It's not really like, other than that, you're playing better than the Browns. So just like... If you get some points and kind of shake off the cobwebs, shake off the bullshit a little bit, and you should be a lot better. And that's the thing that bothers me the most is like, there's a potential of, there's the potential of getting back control of this game, and you're playing conservative. I don't like that. It's been 36 minutes since Shedeur Sanders' last snap. I don't know why they got to say Shedeur Sanders and not the whole Browns offense, but... I guess he's the only one who really matters on the Browns offense. See what happens with him, because the rest of the Browns offense isn't really much to get excited about. Shedeur Sanders may or may not be either. It's going to be a play-action pass. Bengals getting some decent pressure. There you go, and he gets his hands up, but Shedeur gets the pass off, and there's very poor pass coverage there. There's a flag on the play. I'm wondering if it's going to be roughing the passer on the Bengals, though, as they kind of got up in his face. Cedric Johnson's the one who ends up getting the pressure there. And that's roughing the passer. Didn't even fucking take him down. He just hit him in the head because he put his hands up to try to block the pass, and his hands came down on Shedeur Sanders' head. This is what I'm saying, man. Like the Browns can try to murder the Bengals players. Every other team can try to murder every player on the Bengals. But if Cedric Johnson accidentally, brings his hands down while trying to block a pass on Shedeur Sanders' head, it doesn't even take him to the ground, then that's roughing the passer. It's fucking garbage, dude. Shedeur Sanders trips and falls, and it's going to end up being a sack. That's great. That's karma. That's karma for that stupid fucking roughing the passer call. That's what you fucking get. Not that Shedeur Sanders is the one who threw the flag, but, that's what the Browns get for getting a flag like that. You get tripped up. Now it's 2nd and 21, and you wallow. Fuck you. Fuck the Browns, dude. Bullshit-ass Browns getting bullshit-ass penalties. Not that the Browns normally get penalties like that, but against the Bengals, they're going to get them. They don't give a shit if our players get murdered. All right, from the pistol formation, Shedeur takes a snap, and he's getting rushed by Cedric Johnson. That's a big sack there. There we go, pushing him back behind the original line of scrimmage now, and that is the Bengals telling you, fuck you, for that roughing the passer bullshit. So now it's going to be like 3rd and 30 now for the Browns. Or something like that. That's God saying that was a bullshit roughing the passer call. That is God's way, or the football gods, or whoever's way of saying that was a bullshit call. So thank you to yes, 3rd and 31. 3rd and 31. All right. Well, this is yep. There you go. All right. It's going to be a shotgun snap, and it's going to be an attempted screen pass by the Browns, and I think they're just trying to give their punter room to punt at this point, because he gets it down to about the 25, 26-yard line where the Bengals are going to bring him down, and it's going to be, like 4th and 21, 4th and 20-something at this point, 4th and 18, actually, but clear punting position, obviously. Okay, well, at least the defense is still doing better than they were. At least the defense is able to hopefully bring some of that momentum back under their favor. Now, the problem is the Browns do still have a good defense, so the offense has got to get it going, you know. That's a great punt. That's a great punt at about the 21-yard line, so that completely flipped field position on him. And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's why I would have gone for it, because now instead of having the ball at the opposing 45 with 1 yard to go, and especially the way the Browns defense just went there, where they're probably going to be punting anyway. Now you're backed up at your own 21-yard line. You know, obviously that's not horrible field position, but like you had it at the 45, and you only needed 1 yard to go to capitalize on that. Now you're backed up. You know. I don't like that punt, man. I don't like that punt because, like, I think the defense could have handled it in this situation, which is a weird position to feel like you're in, but you're also going up against the Browns, who aren't going to do shit on offense. And, you know, knowing the Browns defense, there's a pretty good chance that they're there's a pretty good chance that the Browns defense is gonna, you know, not let a whole lot of points up the rest of the game, despite the fact that the offense has been playing well. The Browns do have a good defense, so I don't like punting there. I just don't, you know. I mean, maybe you're playing the psychological game and giving your offense a chance to get off the field and rest and try to, you know, because obviously like them playing through it wasn't making them that much better, but. I don't know, man. I don't know. I still don't like it. You know, if we end up winning the game, I guess who fucking cares, but I just don't. I'm not my biggest. Not my favorite decision by Zach Taylor. Not the worst call I've ever seen by Zach Taylor either, but I don't know about that one. I'm going to worry about all that later. I think my dad has something to say about that. Gift sack to B.J. Hill. Sanders fell down. Yeah, that was what. Then sack Cedric Johnson makes up for the penalty with a sack. That play made possible by Shamar Stewart occupying 2 linemen. Oh, I didn't even notice Shamar Stewart was in there. Well, glad to see him making an impact. Good to see. Good to see. I mean, I'll be honest with you, like, with the... Like, I want to win, but I'd rather the defense do good today because we need the defense to get some momentum for next year, get some confidence. The offense will overcome losing to the Browns. We've seen them do it before. And that's a phenomenal play by the Browns defense there to knock that ball away. Jamar Chase had about an 8-yard, maybe even a 9, maybe the first down there, depending on how that went. But it was very well timed to knock that ball away. So, well. Oh boy! Imagine if they just hadn't been the turnovers. We'd be in a pretty good position right now. You know, no real need to push that hard on offense. As it stands, we need to get back control of this game before the half ends. There's a flag. They're going to call false start on the offense. Great. Man. What does happen if we lose? Like, draft position wise. Like if we lose, then we're guaranteed to have a better draft position, obviously, than the Dolphins. So we'll be 6-10 or 6-11 if we lose, and then we'd at that point be competing with the. I think it's, at that point it's just the hold on. Joe Burrow shotgun snap. He's gonna throw over the middle. He's got Yoshi, who ends up losing a few yards because he was coming back for that ball too much, but about a 10-yard pickup, and that'll bring us to about third and at least manageable, I guess. So we'd be competing with the Chiefs for draft positioning. If they beat the Raiders, then we overtake them. If not, then I think we lose the draft positioning to them, but I don't know. And then, so it would be the Chiefs. Hold on. Joe Burrow, shotgun snap. Looking around, good protection, but ultimately that's once again tipped. This time not intercepted for a pick 6, so it's going to be 4th and 8. Highest we can pick is 8th if we lose. Does that mean the lowest we can pick is 9th then? Because it looks to me like the only team we'd be competing with for draft position is the Chiefs. Oh, wait, right. I keep forgetting about the NFC. It'd be the Saints would be the only team. So if the Saints lose, then the Saints would, I think, overtake us for the draft position. If the Saints win, then that would be good for our draft position. All right. And it's going to be a punt and returned for about a yard or so. Not really a whole lot there. Boy, dude. Typical Bengals-Browns game where it's just weird. I think 8-11 is the range. I think you're right. I think if we win today, we're guaranteed to get the worst possible part of that range. Like if we win today, then like we have tiebreaker, or we have the tiebreaker over everybody, which in draft position terms would be losing the tiebreaker over everybody. But if we lose today, then I think the only team that we're competing with is the Chiefs and the Saints. And then it just depends on what those two teams do. Because if the Saints win, then they're 7-10 and they finish with a better record than us, which would be dumb for the Who Dey versus Who Dat podcast, but it would be good for our draft position. Not that I care about draft position that much, though, man. Like, I mean, like, what's that going to be the difference of, right? Like, I mean, if we're picking 8th, I don't think that gets us any closer to Caleb Downs than 11 does, right? Because I don't know if I really don't think Caleb Downs is going to fall that far. And then if it's not Caleb Downs, I think Mansour Delane is either going to be available at 8, 9, 10, and 11, or he's going to go before that, right? Like, I don't think that draft position, and that's just who I want. That's not even to say that this even then it requires the Bengals even making the decision to draft those two guys, if available. Like, I mean, I would imagine, like, I don't know who the Bengals are looking at right now, but I would imagine, well, Mansour Delane might be, part of their thought. But it also depends on what they're valuing, right? Like, who knows what they're really looking at. Last year, one place of draft position would be huge. Who did we have the potential of drafting last year? Let's see. We were drafting at, Bengals. We were at 17. Why would one spot be different? You really want Walter Nolan that badly? I'm confused. I don't know if that would make that much of a difference, man. Like, Walter Nolan, I don't even know. Has he even done anything with the Cardinals this year? But Walter Nolan was on injured reserve all year. What does Nolan have to do with anything? I think Shamar Stewart's just as good. Like, I wasn't even thinking about Walter Nolan in the draft. Like, were you thinking about Walter Nolan in the draft? Because I don't know. I think Shamar Stewart's just as good as Walter Nolan. Um, looks like he went on injured reserve after week 12, but recorded his first career touchdown after recovering and returning a Trevor Lawrence fumble 7 yards. But like, I don't. He was on the pup list. He was on the pup list, and got activated in week 9 and lasted a few games before he got hurt. So I don't understand why Walter Nolan's that big of a deal to you. Almost intercepted again by Geno Stone, but he drops it after running into the Browns guy. Oh man, that was almost huge. Oh man, missed opportunities. But I mean that's gonna be 3rd and 10. So okay. He actually just dropped the interception. That had nothing to do with running into the guy. Yeah, not quite. Got one hand on it, couldn't get two. That's the biggest difference there. But like, what does Walter Nolan have to do? You're saying last year one place of draft position would have been huge, but why? Like, was Walter Nolan that enticing to you? I don't think so. What does that have to do with anything? Shadur Sanders, shotgun snap, rolling around. He's getting out to his right. He's gonna throw it, and yep, there you go. And they let him get way more yards than I'm comfortable with there, but it's still going to be 4th down. I think it was about 7 yards there for Jerry Jeudy, but still going to be 4th down. Brown's going to have to punt. So we're getting to potentially the Bengals' last drive of the half. So gotta go. If you want to tie it up by halftime, gotta do it now. Gotta do it now, man. Bengals have 2 timeouts left, so, Nolan would have been our pick if he was still on the board. I'm shocked you don't know. I've never heard of that. Punt is away. It's going to be returned by Keyshawn Williams. Not for much, though. Yeah. Walter Nolan, Bengals. Where are you getting that would have been the Bengals pick? I'm not seeing any information that says that would have been the Bengals pick. I think the Bengals liked Shamar Stewart, frankly. I think the Bengals wanted Shamar Stewart from the beginning because Shamar Stewart was the guy who was most associated with the Bengals in like mock drafts and stuff. So I think the Bengals would have Bengals cap. What? Like the Bengals captain? Is that who he said that? I don't know if I necessarily. I mean, like, I don't know why he would lie, but he's not necessarily a source I inherently believe. Would have been Walter Nolan. Maybe it would have been Walter Nolan, but why would that have been huge? Like, not like Walter Nolan did much for the Cardinals this year. Chase Brown's going to take the handoff, and that's a nice little run down to the 40-yard line. There you go. Get the offense moving again. But once again, regardless of whether that would have been their pick or not, who cares? Like, I've liked enough of what I've seen out of Shamar Stewart. Not that there wouldn't have been some better picks, but like compared to Walter Nolan, like I don't necessarily know that Walter Nolan would have been any better. I mean, maybe that would have changed things, but I don't know if it would have changed things for the better necessarily. Joe Burrow, shotgun snap, he throws, got Jamar Chase, who manages to spin around, make a guy miss, and he gets out, pushed out about the 38-yard line. So the offense is moving the ball again. That's good. I wanted Jahdae Barron, but Jahdae Barron was still on the field, man. 2024 Jim Thorpe Award winner, by the way. Now, I don't think Jahdae Barron's done much for the Broncos this year, but hasn't been getting a ton of reps for the Broncos, but I wonder if he would have gotten some reps with Cam Taylor-Britt flaming out, Joe Burrow, shotgun snap, looking around, throws, got Samaje Perine, who manages to spin and go upfield slightly to pick up about 4, maybe 5. Twice as many sacks as Stewart from the defensive tackle position. Okay. We've needed that since Larry O left. Okay, so maybe Walter Nolan would have been a slightly better pick than Shamar Stewart. I just don't know if he would have been that much better to the point where it's like, oh yeah, we should have tanked for him. Like, I don't know about that. But I mean, it maybe would have been better. I don't know, but not really the point. 2nd and 6. Samaje Perine gets it's a play action, and then it's a dump off to Samaje, and he manages to make a guy miss, and doesn't quite get to a first down, but it's going to be 3rd and inches. And also, I think that's field goal range, so at the very least, you can get some points before the half. I want to get in the end zone. And if you can get a quick enough touchdown at this point, maybe you can get another score before the half. Tanked, no. Traded up a spot or two, very yes. I'm fine with Shamar Stewart, man. We needed a Sam Hubbard replacement. Compared to Walter Nolan, yeah, Walter Nolan might have been a little better, but I'm fine with Shamar Stewart comparatively. 3rd and 1, and what's happening here? Did the Bengals get a delay of game, or did they take a timeout, or what? Oh, they let it run to the 2-minute warning. Okay. All right. Well, if it is the 2-minute warning, then if I was the Bengals, I would have tried to hold on to that clock because, like, I feel pretty good about the defense getting us the ball back, but whatever. But okay, well, here's the other thing, Stranger. Like, trading up a spot or two, that's different. I'm not opposed to trading up in the draft if the guy you want's right there. What I've been railing against this whole time is against, like, worrying that much about draft position. Like, whether, I mean, don't get me wrong. If it doesn't involve the Bengals losing, then I'm okay with rooting for other teams to have results that gets us a better draft position. It's always better to have a better draft position than not, right? Like, I mean, if it doesn't require the Bengals to lose, I'd rather win than get a better draft position. But I'd also rather other teams have results that gives us a better draft position if it has nothing to do with the Bengals winning, right? So my perspective on that is trading up, okay. Depends on what the trade up for was. I'm fine with Shamar Stewart. Maybe Walter Nolan gets in earlier, but I don't even know if he does that. I don't even know if Walter Nolan gets in earlier here. Because don't forget, at the time, we were still thinking McKinley Jackson was a guy who was potentially going to develop. So, like, I mean, how many reps would Walter Nolan have even gotten here is part of the question. Shamar Stewart, missed reps because of injury, largely. I'm a big believer in targeting getting your guy in round 1. I'm fine with that. If that's your guy and you go trade up for him, I'm fine with that. Depending on the price. Sometimes it's not worth the price, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with, if the Bengals had in the draft, if the decision they had made would have been to go trade up one spot to go get Walter Nolan, instead of staying put and getting Shamar Stewart. If that's what they feel is the best move, then I'm fine with that. I'm just not I would rather win at the end of the season than get one spot better in the draft, because even with Walter Nolan, it's like maybe that's the guy they would have gotten, but you're not going to know that at the end of the season. I don't know who's going to be available on the board for the Bengals right now, regardless of where their position is. And then also there's a couple of guys I'm interested in, like Caleb Downs if he falls, and Mansour Delane, more as a more realistic thing. And why is Joe Flacco in there? It's going to be a tush push with Joe Flacco. And I think the Bengals got the first down. But hold on, why is Joe Flacco in there? Joe Flacco is now going off the field, and Joe Burrow's going back on the field. So I guess Joe Flacco's just going out there to try to stick it to his old team. I don't fucking know. And then that way potentially you don't get Joe Burrow hurt. Okay, that's fine. Flacco got a sneak. It was literally just for the sake of putting Flacco in there. That's okay. Okay, Bengals get a first down. I was like, oh no, is Joe Burrow hurt? No, it's fine. Bengals are in field goal range. So they got the ball at the 29-yard line. 1st and 10, though. We need a touchdown. Chase Brown takes the handoff, and he gets out of a tackle. Nice play. Gets it down to about the 20-yard line. It's going to be about an 8.5-yard gain. God, I love to see Joe Flacco getting that fun little stuff there. Old man deserves it, Wish he wouldn't have won a Super Bowl for the Ravens, but I was rooting for the Ravens in that Super Bowl because I just, I felt a little worse about the 49ers getting another Super Bowl win. Not that much, but it's going to be that's a bit of a dangerous throw to T. Higgins over the middle, but it works out. And it's going to be an in route, and they pick up, I think they picked up another first down. No, it's not going to be another first down, but it's going to be about a 7-yard gain. Works out. That's fine. Like I said, gotta love Flacco getting that sneak. Wish I had known that was coming. I would have put the Flacco jersey on. But yeah, never had a problem with Joe Flacco. Other than Ravens fans being like, he's elite, and it's like, no, he's not elite. But I mean, he's definitely an elite backup. He's probably the best backup quarterback in the NFL. I'm glad he's on our team and not Cleveland now. All right. From the 13.5 yard line, Joe Burrow shotgun snap. Way off target there for Yoshi. I think he was just trying to get rid of the ball. I think he thought Yoshi was going to cut back, though. I think that's part of what that was. I think Burrow was throwing to a spot and was expecting, because I mean he's standing with his hips on his hands on his hips, and he's got his hands outstretched. Like, I think he thought Yoshi was going to come back for that ball. So a bit of a miscommunication there. Unfortunate. But anyway, it's going to be 2nd and 10. Got to get in the end zone here, man. And then I would go for 2, frankly. Like, I would go for 2 to try to catch up. At least tie the ball game. The ball's up, and that's caught one-handed by T. Higgins, and I think that's through a pass interference, too. Or are they going to say that that's pass interference on T. Higgins? Hold on. He did push off a little bit. Nope, they're saying pass interference on the Browns. Oh, no, they are saying on the Bengals. It's a penalty decline. Okay, penalty is decline, touchdown. Okay, so it is a touchdown, pass interference on the Browns, as I thought. I was a little worried they were going to call that on T. Higgins. Because he did push off a little bit. He extended that arm, but I think he was just trying to get out of what was already pass interference by 27 Webb there. So yeah, agree, go for 2. I would, but they're going for the extra point. Whatever. I don't like that, but whatever. Kick is up, and did he miss that? Oh my fucking god, he missed the extra point. Dude, I'm done. I'm fucking done. Why are we... This is stupid. What the fuck, man? Evan McPherson just shanks it. God damn. Now we're trying to give this game to the Browns, aren't we? We're just trying as hard as we can right now. The Browns aren't playing well. We're just trying to hand the ball to them. We're beating ourselves. That's what's happening. The Browns aren't really doing a whole lot. We're just beating ourselves right now. Terrible, man. We're going to go into the half most likely down 2, barring, maybe we get a fumble. Like, maybe they muff the punt, or maybe they muff the kick and we get a fumble recovery and we can, get a big play or something like that. But barring that, most likely going to be going down into the half down 2 points. God damn, what a way to just fuck up all the good feelings you get from that, really good T. Higgins play, man. The Bengals have scored all 26 points. They have. That's crazy. And we're losing. We're not just beating ourselves, we're literally beating ourselves. Like, we've given the Browns all their points. And we have also scored 2 touchdowns. Like, both of these teams have scored 2 touchdowns, but one of them has missed both extra points. Now, one of them was not Evan McPherson's fault, but this one was. God damn it. Are we going to get a commercial break or not? Because I kind of need to pee for the D, but I don't know if I have time. Because it doesn't look like we're going to commercial break, so I'm going to hold off on peeing for the D. A turnover here would be big, though. 23 seconds left. Shadur Sanders takes a shotgun snap, and he gets hit as he's going down to the ground, and that almost gets it to his guy, but doesn't. So 2nd and 10, 18 seconds left, and if I was the Browns, I'd just run out the clock here. They're trying to be aggressive and go for it, and I get it, but you know, you don't want to give the ball back to the Bengals either, even with like 10 seconds left. If the Bengals can preserve their timeouts, then you know, Shadur Sanders going to keep it and run out to the right with himself, and he's going to overthrow Jerry Jeudy. So it's going to be 3rd and 10 now. And with that, there's 13 seconds left. The Bengals can stop the clock if they get the stop here. So theoretically, the Bengals could end up getting a field goal to take the lead before halftime. If I mean, it'd be crazy if that happened. But the Browns are playing with fire right now. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it would still feel a bit miraculous if the Bengals pulled off a field goal here before the end of the half. But that's how I'd be feeling if I was if this was the Bengals doing it. I'd be like, you're playing with fire here, and they take forever to get to take him down, and the Bengals are just going to let the clock run out. So I would have taken the time out and tried to get a field goal, but that's me. Almost got to that, Carter. Yeah, it is what it is. Who gets the ball in the second half? Because that's going to determine my next moves. The Bengals got the ball first, so the Browns get the ball at the beginning of the half. Some point here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to go pee for the D. But I'm going to hold off for a little bit. See what happens. Let's go, I'm going to go, Stranger, why don't you're the only one in here, I think. Mark, I don't know if you're still in here or not, but let's go talk to Mikey. I'm going to go talk to Mikey in his chat real quick. We're going to find out what the hell's going on with the Falcons and the Saints. Because the Falcons are winning. Falcons are indeed winning. Saints have the ball, but looked like they just gave the ball back to the Falcons. They had to punt. Tyler Shuck is still having a fine game. It's not his fault the Saints are losing. Let's go ask Mikey. What's up with Juwan Johnson? That's Mikey's voice, by the way.
It's going to bounce up, and it takes a friendly bounce for the Saints, and it's going to roll to about the 17-yard line, where Isaiah Stallworth picks it up with 41 seconds left in the half.
Let's see.
Come on, maybe we can get an interception.
He's always on the weird delay. Wonder how long it's going to take for him to actually respond to my comment. Hello from my stream.
That's 2 timeouts, and so do we. Kyle in the chat saying hello from my stream. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
There you go. And you're on my...
How about that Juwan Johnson, hello? I mean, yeah. Fumbling the ball to start the game is not what you want to see. He did make an insane one-handed catch, though, but... Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't fumble the ball... maybe, I don't know. Tyler Shuck, he's not had a great game today, but he's also had not a bad game today. I'll just say that. All right, 41 seconds to go in the half. 1st and 10 for Atlanta from their own 18.
Just discovered that we need the Saints to win for the Bengals draft positioning. So hopefully the Saints can get their shit together.
Come on, hold them. 33 seconds left. I discovered that I need you guys to win. What? Wait, why do you need the Saints to win? I'm not complaining. I want us to win too, but why do the Bengals need the Saints to win? What, did you bet on the Saints to win? Or what? Why do you need the Saints to win this game? 2nd and 5. Is it so Tim Bacon make playoffs? Kirk throws. Caught by Pitts. 1st down. Oh, wait, do you want Tim Bacon? Draft position? Ooh, draft position. Wait, so are you embracing the thing now? 27 seconds left. Atlanta calls their second timeout. All right. Our defense has been great all day. Other than Atlanta getting the ball at the 5-yard line. No, I can't go. Hey, if it makes this option won't make you feel better. But hey, Evan McPherson, he's trying to do the tank job for the Bengals. So, clearly you got somebody on your team that wants to tank.
Yeah, that's true.
He missed 2 extra points.
He missed 2 extra points. One of them was blocked. Come on, defense. They get it second half. What's his channel? Here, I'll tag him.
Chance that we don't. 1st and 10. Going on seconds. Kirk
There we
Cousins.
go.
Kirk.
Here, I'll just put the link to his stream. Here you go.
Only gets like a yard or two. J.D. Young.
Go ahead and say hi to Mikey then.
Second down, and Atlanta uses their last timeout. On the off chance that we don't pull it together against the Browns, the one upside is that we could potentially leap you in the draft order. Okay. One of them was blocked, but yeah. Wait, so if the Browns do beat y'all, you're okay with the Saints having a better record than y'all? That's crazy. I mean, that's how it was last year in Week 18. I didn't root for tanking, but I was like, you know what? I hope the Raiders and the Bears win, just so we get better draft positions. I wanted us to lose anyway, just because, well, screw Atlanta. Like, I don't care, man. I don't care. I don't care if we have to lose. As long as, like, if we can make playoffs and Atlanta makes playoffs, but we have to win, then okay. But
We got a 2-person raid going on in Mikey's chat, which isn't even a raid. It's just it's just me and Stranger commenting. Who Day and go Aints, go get us a better draft pick. Well, not if no, I still want to beat the Browns, Stranger. Like, let's be clear about that.
Stranger said, who Day and go Aints, go get us a better draft pick. You know what? That's it. We're going to lose that one. Okay. I don't want to lose on purpose. 2-person raid. Yeah. 8 seconds left in the first half. Second and 10. Dang Gonzalez is going to run this for a long field goal to 57-yarder. No, him probably going to make a 75-yard field goal if he wants to. You know why? Because for some reason, every time we come play the Saints, they always got to make the field goals. 8 seconds left. The Saints do get the ball in the second half. That is one bright spot. So. Second and 10. 8 seconds. I guess the Saints just called the second time out. Okay, I'll take that. Delay of game. Delay of game on the baby boys. 8 seconds left. Second and 15 now. So yeah, now again, second and 10 from the 48s, I think that we're at. Getting the field goal
Like, my whole thought process is I want to win this game, and that's bad for draft positioning no matter what. But if we did lose, at least maybe another team could help us out. That's all I'm saying.
Alright, to be clear, I want the Bengals to win. Hold up. Second and 15.
All right. The Vikings beating the Packers 13-0, which is, they're on Clayton Tune at quarterback, so it is what it is.
Batted down by Quincy Riley. There's still 1 second, though. It started 15, so this is going to be the last play of the half no matter what. To be clear, I want the Bengals to win, which guarantees we have a worse draft.
I organized a raid with 100% participation. There you go, Stranger.
F this up and lose at least want to get a better draft position. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Stranger says,
Although, not really, because, Mark was in here. Mark's technically part of it, and so Richard was in here earlier, too.
Third and 15, 1 second left in the half from their own 40.
I don't know. Anybody who happens to be in this chat, though, go say hi to Mikey.
What? Third and 15. Nothing's going to basically run it out.
I, however, am going to go pee for the knee. So have fun in Mikey's chat for a sec. I'll be back.
He hasn't really done much today. He had one explosive run, which is only for 10 yards. But all right, we're going to halftime. Shared it. Yeah. Halftime. Alright, I guess I gotta give you a halftime report. So far in the first half is over. So, in the first half, Tyler Shuck, 13 for 18, 143 yards, ran in for a touchdown. Buccaneer fans are obviously hoping that we win. I don't really care about them. I saw a video this morning where when the Buccaneer fans left the game yesterday, they were literally walking out the stadium and they just broke out a chant and they were like, "Let's go Saints! Let's go Saints!" And I thought that was just hilarious. That's the only reason I actually kind of wanted Tampa Bay to win yesterday. It's just to see all their fans, be like,
all right. P for the D achieved. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of Mikey's chat here.
You went on record saying that you're not a Saints fan. He said, "I am tomorrow," which obviously is gonna say that because they need Saints to win, unless they just don't want to make playoffs. Which Atlanta fans last year they act.
All right, so we are back. It's still halftime, so there's not much game action, but I don't want to talk over Mikey forever. So Jaguars are beating the Titans 31-7 at halftime. Boy, they did not take the day off. They're like, nope, we're gonna get this done. Falcons are beating the Saints, which would be rough. I know Mikey is, I think, at peace with the Saints losing this game, but that still means the Falcons going to sweep them. Still going to have to contend with that, but it's 10-7 at halftime. Let's see what happens with that. But obviously, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Carolina Panthers are watching that game very intently, because the winner of that game decides who goes to the playoffs. Vikings up on the Packers 13-0. Obviously, it's a virtually meaningless game for the Packers, who I think are locked into their draft or to their playoff seeding. They're the 7th seed no matter what happens. But as I think Tom Grossi mentioned, what would it be? It'd be a 4-game losing streak going into the playoffs for the Packers, and that would be following a 4-game win streak that basically took them from potentially going to miss the playoffs based on the way their season was kind of falling apart, to pretty much locking themselves in as a playoff team. And then obviously there's the whole question of Jordan Love's, is he going to be healthy? And then obviously Micah Parsons still out for the year, and they're going to have to go, they're possibly going to have to go into Chicago, and play a really tough game there. Could potentially have to go to Philadelphia to play the Eagles, which honestly might be better for them, because the Packers defense is, kind of a little rough looking right now without Micah Parsons, and so you'd rather go against the Eagles. I think you'd rather go against the Eagles because their offense, like for the Bears, their offense is like the reason that you like that team somewhat. The Eagles is not. The Eagles are, their offense has been kind of trash at times this year. So I think if you're the Packers, you'd rather play the Eagles. But that requires you rooting for the Lions. I don't know how much Packers fans want to root for the Lions. But then again, rooting against the Bears, guess it really depends. But most likely playing the Bears next week. But either way, you're traveling away from Green Bay. Now here's the other thing: is traveling to Chicago is a much shorter journey than traveling to Philadelphia. They got to go away from home farther if they go to Philadelphia. That maybe matters. I think it matters personally to the players. Now whether it matters to their performance or not, I don't know. But there's also the rivalry aspect. Either way, you're probably walking into a game that there's a decent likelihood that you're not going to win. So you'd, I think if you're a Packers fan, you'd rather have the chance to stomp on the rival who you've kind of, owned for the last decade or so and, split this year with. But if you can beat them, then you still can say that you own them. And if you lose, you can say, it was it wasn't our best season, but it also wasn't the worst of all time, and Whereas with the Eagles, it's just it's all about whether you win the playoff game or not. There's, to the best of my knowledge, no rivalry there with the Eagles and Packers. So I think if you're a Packers fan, unless you're just really you're like the idea of losing to the Bears in the playoffs just fills you with dread. Other than that, you probably the Bears are probably the team that you'd want to see. Mikey says, "Who dat from my stream?" Scoreboard, Kyle. God damn it! Even when you're streaming, but it's almost quarter three anyway. So went through all of halftime almost with that being the case. Oh well. Thanks for the heads up, Mikey. But we're about to get back to the game now anyway. So, who dat from my stream? Yeah, well, go Saints. Go Saints. Now, I want to be clear, if we beat the Browns, doesn't matter what happens in the Saints-Falcons game, because the tiebreaker scenarios, we pretty much, draft order-wise, lose all of them. Standings-wise, technically win all of them. But Tyler Shuck MVP, I mean, you're losing. So, I mean, as far as I can tell, he's not having a bad game, but he's not having a game where it's like, oh, yeah, Tyler Shuck's the dude. As far as I can tell. Maybe I'm wrong. We were in his stream, so the board didn't matter. Well, that's part of it. It's part of it. As I went pretty much as soon as we got to halftime, I was like, let's go talk to Mikey for a little bit. So the scoreboard, I didn't even think about the scoreboard because we wasn't really worried about it. But it is now quarter 3, so let me go ahead and switch that over. And the Browns going to get the ball first. All right, come on, Bengals. I know the season's over and it doesn't matter, but I don't want to tank. I do not want to tank. All right, shotgun formation. Shotgun. Fuck, it's under center. Shedeur Sanders, and oh boy, not a great play, but there by Miles Murphy to let himself get run on the outside, and it's gonna be about a 5-yard pickup for the Browns out of the gate. Not great. All right, this one's going to be a handoff to the running back, and he picks up about 3 of the remaining 4 yards. Bengals say they got a fumble, though. Refs are not saying it was a fumble. The Bengals are saying it's a fumble, though. Like, the Bengals are insisting this is a fumble. Let's see a replay, because I didn't see any evidence of that, but... let's see. You can't tell from this angle because it's just a mass of bodies. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a good camera angle here. 3rd and 1. Looks like the Bengals aren't going to challenge it, so it is what it is. Bengals, hey, there you go. They stop them. They stop them, and it's going to be 4th down. It is going to be 4th down. Bengals defense comes through. All right, Travion Williams or Raheem Sanders, whoever it was, on the carry. I think I was Sanders, Raheem Sanders. So Sanders to Sanders handoff is what that was. Saints are a second half team. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I hope if we lose to the Browns, I hope you're right. Hopefully we don't lose to the Browns and it doesn't matter. 4th and 1, it looked like the Browns are going to go for it. And it is bobbled and almost fumbled by Jerry Jeudy, but luckily for him, he's going up against the Bengals defense, and he manages to get back control of it and get a 1st down. This defense, man. Have some fucking pride. Have some fucking pride, man. Come on. You can't let Jerry Jeudy almost fumble the ball in the backfield and then get control of it and get a 1st down. You can't do that. On 4th and 1, come on. I know the defense has been having a good game, but you're playing the Browns too. All right. Oh my God, and they just letting Sanders run right through him. The running back Sanders. And that's going to be another 1st down. The Browns are in field goal range already. Jeudy can't even drop a handoff. Jeudy can even drop a handoff. Well, he didn't drop it. Almost did. It's kind of funny that Jerry Jeudy bobbled that, but not that it matters. Because they got the ball the 37-yard line now, so they're not quite in field goal range, but you could even argue they are kind of in long field goal range. Shedeur Sanders, under center. Defense has got to get it together, man. And it's going to be a play-action pass. He gets hit as he throws, and that is, oh my God. Nope, dropped! It is dropped! Oh my God, that was almost an insane effort to catch that ball by number 87. Of the Browns. That is not even on their roster. Who the fuck is 87? Oh, it's a practice squad guy named Sal Cannella, tight end. And of course, a tight end, like a practice squad tight end, almost got a touchdown against us. Tyson Anderson in coverage, and luckily that ball was dropped. But that was good. That was good pass rush too, man. And that was almost a touchdown. God damn it! What are we doing? Luckily, it was dropped. Give me a handoff from Sanders to Sanders, and Sanders takes the handoff, and people can't fucking tackle, and he picks up like 3 yards when we should have given him 0. So now the Browns are pretty comfortably in field goal range. 3rd and 6. God damn it, man. Drops everything else. Almost dropped that handoff. Would have been nice if he did, but that doesn't change the fact that this Stewart whiffed. Dude, this whole fucking defense is whiffing right now. Like, we're playing the Browns, man. Come on. part of the reason we were feeling better earlier is because the defense was playing a little bit better. Now you choose to fucking take your foot off the gas? God damn it. Sanders has a wide open, oh my God, down to the 10-yard line, maybe the 9. Jordan Battle eventually gets there to fucking tackle him. This is what I'm talking about. You know, my dad's like, oh, maybe I think Jordan Battle's a guy I'd like to see playing next. I don't. Jordan Battle sucks, dude. Why on earth was that guy that wide open? Jordan Battle nowhere near in coverage. Absolute garbage, man. I hate this defense. I really do. All right, Sanders from the 10-yard line. Shotgun formation. Motions guy out to his left. Looking around. Doesn't really have a lot to do. And Jalen Davis is going to whiff on the tackle. And so instead of getting a 2-yard loss, it's a 1-yard gain. I really, really hate this defense sometimes, guys. Malachi Corley, once again, having a good game against us. I mean, not huge. Obviously, the Browns' offense hasn't been great today, but Malachi Corley is the one who's been doing the best of all of them. I guess Raheem Sanders has been having the best game, but Malachi Corley is definitely their best receiver so far. 2nd and goal. Hand off to Sanders, and they don't give him a whole lot, but they do give him about 4 yards. Dude, what a freaking joke this defense is, man. Like, there have been some guys who have been a little bit better this year, but, man, part of the reason why they've had a good game today is because they've barely been out on the field. Battle was a true strong safety, okay at the run and hits hard but can't cover for poo. That's not a true strong safety, man. It's like a fucking linebacker is what that is. Third and goal from the 5-yard line. A turnover here would be big. There's a flag on the Browns. False start, maybe? Delay of game. What? How the fuck did they let a delay of game go there? Stefanski's pissed, too. God damn, what the hell? How did they get a delay of game? Yeah, talk about shooting yourself in the foot, man. 3rd and goal now, and you're going to have the ball at the 10-yard line. So, not that it matters against our defense, but... Come on, defense. Shadur Sanders, he's going to take it and run with it himself, but Demetrius Knight does a good job of getting to him. I don't even think he got back. He might have got back to the line of scrimmage, but that's about it. So, the Browns going to have to take the field goal. And maybe we can block the field goal. That'd be pretty cool. I will say, though, good play there by Demetrius Knight to recognize what's happening, and he did not. I don't think he's going to get credited with a sack, but I think it's at least going to be a no gain for the Browns. I think they actually gave the Browns about a half a yard there. Come on. Block that kick. Block that kick. Block that. Kick is up, and it's good. Damn it. All right. Offense. Come on. Offense has been better. They just got to get in the end zone, man. They can get in the end zone, they can take back control of the game, and maybe give the defense a little bit of time to get their shit together. God, the defense isn't good when you give them time to rest. The defense isn't good when you keep them on the field. Like, let's see. Jaguars, Titans back in action. Score still the same. Have any scores changed? Not really. I don't think I explained the other two scores though. So you've got the Giants up 16-10 on the Cowboys. The Texans up 23-17 over the Colts. So that game's closer than you'd like if you're the Texans. Who's even in at quarterback? Riley Leonard. Huh. You got Riley Leonard in at quarterback for the Colts, and they're doing better than you'd expect against the Texans defense. Colts actually started out with a lead, and they were winning through much of the first quarter. And then the Texans took back control, and the Colts fumbled, and that didn't help. But despite the fumble, the Colts have clawed their way back in. That's only a 7-point ball game, or a 6-point ball game, actually. You forgot defense isn't good after halftime. I didn't forget that, stranger. I didn't forget that. They were good against the Dolphins. Although they were not as good after the half, to be fair. Oh, man. Come on, Bengals. Well, let's not do this against the Browns, please. The Browns. Can we not do it against the Browns? Like, can we do it? If it was week 17 against like the New York Jets, I don't give that much of a fuck. But can we not do this against the Browns? Wasn't on the list you just gave. What list? What list was it? I forget what I don't remember what I was listing off. But yeah, I don't want to do this against the Browns, man. Like, let's sweep the Browns. God, for what a shit season that's been, can we at least sweep the Browns? Can we at least sweep the Browns? And then we can have a 4-2 record in the division at least. At least we can walk away saying we did well against the division. Even if we, did poorly against everybody else, at least we can come away saying we had a decent season against the division. All right, Keyshawn Williams going to take the kick return. He gets it out to about the 29.5-yard line, maybe the 30. I'm going to say about the 30. D isn't good with rest. D isn't good without D. Oh, forgot D isn't good after halftime. Yeah, well, they're not. They're just not good. They're not good. They're just not good at all. They're bad. They're a bad defense. They're bad. They can't even stop the fucking Browns when it matters. They can stop the Browns when the game is going their way, and then when the game starts going against their way, then they collapse. Whatever. It's a 5-point ball game. A touchdown. We can still take the lead, but oh, man. Chase Brown's going to take the handoff, picks up about 3, maybe 4, depending on where they give him the spot. He did extend, so looks like they're going to give him about 4. So it's going to be 2nd and 6. All right. Myles Garrett's mom's in attendance there. They got her on the screen to see her son get the sack record, which, I'll be honest, no disrespect to Myles Garrett, but I hope he doesn't get it. I just don't want to see the less hits Joe Burrow can take, the better. 2nd and 6. Shotgun snap, and he's going to throw. Caught by Mike Gesicki, and that's going to be a first down. About a 10-yard gain, down to about the 44-yard line. All right. A lot of focus on Myles Garrett right now, man. He hasn't really been a big impact in this game, I will say that. But hopefully that can continue to be the case. He's not even out there right now. It's going to be I'm guessing it's going to be a false start. Are they saying it was a time? Nope. Okay, it's going to be a false start on the Bengals. Great. Great. Wonderful. I wonder if they're... I don't think he's hurt. I think they're just probably limiting his snap count. No, he is out there. I swear I didn't see him out there on the last play. He's 95, right? So I saw 91. I saw 57. I don't remember seeing Myles Garrett. Maybe he was at linebacker on the last play or something. I don't know. 1st and 15. He is out there right now. Joe Burrow looking around. He's got Drew Sample, and Drew Sample picks up about 5 before he gets taken down. All right, so it's going to be 2nd and 10 now. 2nd and 10. Come on, offense. Or 2nd and 9. They gave him 6, actually. So, Bengals going to have 2nd and 9 now. Come on. Come on, offense. Let's get it going. Get ourselves a touchdown. I mean, a field goal would not be the end of the world, but we really need to kind of take control of this game, man. Because we had it and we lost it with all those freaking turnover scores. All right. Shotgun formation, Joe Burrow, and he's getting rushed. He's going to have to run out to his right. Just run it, man. Run it. There you go. And he slides, and he almost gets the first down, I think. Picks up about 8 of the 9 yards. There you go. And he slid just as he needed to. Now, that was a rough slide, I mean, but, sliding nonetheless. And he was trying to throw, just like commit to the run at that point, man. Personally, I think that would have been the better move instead of trying to, keep the ball. But it is what it is. 3rd and 1. Shotgun snap, I think. I don't know. I couldn't tell. Joe Burrow, he throws, and that is going to be nothing. I don't know what the hell that was. 4th and 1. You got to go for it. If they punt again here, I'm going to be fucking pissed. I mean, what they got the ball at? They got the ball at the 40... 42 or 43 yard line, right? 4th and 1. Come on, offense. No, it's more like the 46 yard line, but okay. 46 and a half. And it's only about 6 inches to go. It's about half a yard. Shotgun snap, Joe Burrow. He's going to throw. It's caught, Mike Gesicki, and that's not much, but that is enough for a first down. 4th down conversion is there. To Sample's credit, he seems to be getting a few steps after the catch this year, and he doesn't go down easy anymore. I don't really feel like he went down easy before, but he definitely was not. He definitely wasn't like a yak kind of guy for sure. But I never felt like he just gave up on plays. I just felt he didn't always get open very well. Wasn't exactly a contested catch kind of guy. The reason Drew Sample's been on the roster this whole time is because he's a good blocker. It's going to be a handoff to Chase Brown. Only picks up about 2 yards. Tried to split the right tackle and right guard there, and wasn't really a whole lot for him. By the way, Giants are leading the Cowboys 24-10, which is just rubbing salt in the wound, I think, at this point. Colts took a lead over the Texans, 24-23. For what that's worth. In the previous years, I could have solo tackled Sample, and I'm 122. 122, damn. Small guy. Joe Burrow's getting rushed and hit and sacked by Grant Delpit. Damn. That's going to back him up. Be 3rd down and probably about 18 or so, I would imagine. Maybe 15. But that's going to get them back at roughly about midfield. Damn, man. That's rough. Be about 3rd and 15. It's 3rd and 17. I think I was right the first time when I said 18. Or I was closer that time. Anyway, 3rd and 17 now. Come on. Now they got the ball on the other side of the field. Joe Burrow has got T. Higgins, and it's going to be a pitch to Chase Brown, and he doesn't really do a whole lot with that. Not a pitch, a lateral. The lateral to Chase Brown looked like they were trying to do a bit of an end around there. Didn't really work out. Welp. Ooh, nice play by Riley Leonard to get in the end zone there. That's a pretty cool touchdown. All right, 4th down, and where are we even at? Can't go for it here. 4th and 10. With the way the offense is kind of going here. They're going to punt, yeah. From the 44, I would almost, man, I don't know. With the way that the exchange has been, maybe punting is the right move here. All right, can you pin him, Rico? Can you, for once, have good field position and pin him? Punt is away. And that's a good punt. Okay, it's going to be fair caught about the 9 yard line, and I feel like it could have been a better punt than that, but it's not bad. So defense is going to come out, going to have to stop him again. Got sick a few years ago, not COVID, and was never able to put the weight back on. I see. I'm sorry about that. Mac has been missing today, so I'm fine with the punt. Yeah, but at the same time, I almost kind of feel like Mac's the kind of guy that if you give him a big, long field goal like that, then that's a way to get him back in the groove, you know? I mean, I also understand not taking the chance, but, I'm fine with whatever. It's fine. Not my preference, but it's fine. Falcons are still leading the Saints 10-7. Tyler Shuck has continued to play well and not, do anything disastrous, but also not really doing a whole lot. Oh, actually, the Falcons got a field goal, so it's 13-7. Vikings still beating the Packers 13-0. Giants are up 24-10 over the Cowboys. Texans had to punt to the Colts, who are now trying to maintain a lead. Jaguars are still 31-7 over the Titans. I should have added with the Clowns offense and Mac missing. Yeah, I get it. My only thing is, like, Ryan Rico, when he's backed up, is one of the best punters in the NFL, and when he's got great field position, is always underwhelming with his punts. So, I mean, this is better than, like, earlier this year, every time he had great field position like that, he would, like, get a touchback. So I guess I guess getting them to have a fair catch at, like, the 8 or 9 yard line, that's better than nothing. But I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Just kind of frustrating to be doing this against the fucking Browns. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if we lose, then we get a better draft position, I guess, but it's not like we're going to be getting in a great draft position. Like, maybe we can leapfrog the Chiefs. Maybe we can leapfrog the Saints, but that's literally it. Like, I think, if things go perfect for us, then we're potentially going to have the 8 seed, or the number 8 position in the draft. I don't know if I give that much of a shit, though. I don't know if, like, the difference between 8 and, what is it? You said 8 and 11 before? I don't know if, like, the difference between 8 and 11 makes that much of a difference to me. All right, Shadur Sanders takes shotgun snap, rolls out, and throws, and it's caught. It's about a 6-yard pickup there for number 82. Another tight end, Brendan Bates out of Kentucky. Fucking traitor. But either way, Brendan Bates is not exactly like, David Njoku. So, can't be letting shit like that happen, man. Come on. 2nd and 4. Come on, defense. Like, for once, play well when it matters. Be a handoff, and they just let him get a fucking first down. God damn it! Is this defense doing Bengals defense shit again, man? When it really matters, they can't be bothered. It was Dylan Sampson, I think, on the run, by the way. Yep, Dylan Sampson, rookie out of Tennessee. Fucking defense, man. I know the offense had a bad drive and they haven't had the best game, but when you need the defense to really come through, they're nowhere to be fucking seen, man. All right, Shadur Sanders under center. Gonna hand the ball off. He's got Dylan Sampson, and he gets out to the outside because nobody knows how to fucking stuff a lane. It's gonna be another first down for the Browns. So much for this defense being improved. Like I said, when it really matters, they're nowhere to be seen. Played well against the Cardinals and the Dolphins. Congratulations. Unbelievable, honestly, man. This is ridiculous. I still am fine with Al Golden coming back next year, but, like, something's got to get fixed with this shit, man. Like, when it really matters, this defense turns into fucking wet paper bag. Congratulations, you had a good game against the Cardinals. But if you can't have a good game against the Browns, does it matter? Lanes were stuffed, they didn't set the edge. I guess that's what I meant. And they didn't stuff the edge. They just completely let them get to the outside, and nobody knows how to take a fucking angle to make that not work. Unbelievable, man. It's absolutely fucking unbelievable. It's like you could say, like, well, if they stuff the lanes, then they can't, get to the outside. But that's the problem, is other defenses do. Other defenses don't let shit like that happen every goddamn fucking play. this stupid fucking team, man. I tell you what. Tell you what, man. They just I don't even fucking blows my mind. Blows my fucking mind how bad they can be against the Browns of all teams. We're just talking about the offense here. I recognize the Browns have a good defense, and that's going to be what it is going to be. I'm not saying if we lose to the Browns, that's the most embarrassing thing of all time. I'm saying the defense playing like this against the Browns is fucking embarrassing. It's completely like, how are you even letting that happen? It's absolutely ridiculous. And they've only let like they had a good first half, you know? They've only but part of the reason they had a good first half is because they weren't on the field much. You know, they've only let one, on defense, I don't think they've given up a touchdown yet. They've only let one field goal go on defense so far. So, you know, I mean, but look at the context of where they've gotten that field goal. By the way, I think it's the fourth quarter, so I'm going to go ahead and update that. But, like, it's the context, right? Yeah, they've only given up a field goal all game. But there's no reason they should have even given that up, right? They're just like they're getting gashed in bad spots, and they're letting the Browns offense heat up. And a big reason why they didn't let any points go, like they had a good first quarter. Now they did have a good first quarter, but then they the Bengals were on the field most of the second quarter and ended up giving the ball away constantly. Shadur Sanders, once again, it's play action pass. He had nowhere to go with the ball, and he just ran it. And that's going to be another fucking first down. In total, the Browns' offense was on the field for about 4 total minutes in the second quarter. So, yeah, they didn't give up any points in the second quarter, but that has nothing to do with anything, really. Now that they're on the field more, the Browns' offense is getting shit done. 2nd and 1 now, and they're almost in field goal range. Oh, wait, no, they're not. That's the other side of the field. Never mind. I'm completely off base here. Everything else I said was true, but not that. All right, it's going to be a pitch to Dylan Sampson to the right, and hey, there you go again. They get to him. Basically should have given him no gain, but they end up giving him a first down. It was a 1.5 gain. But in this situation, you got to fucking stop him. Miles Murphy taking the bad angle, and so Dax Hill's got to wrap him up. But, I don't blame Dax Hill for not taking a guy down who's basically already diving forward at that point and is like twice his size. Come on, Murphy. Damn it, man. It's 1st and 10 now. The Browns got the ball at the 41-yard, their own 41-yard line to be fair, but it's going to be a play-action pass. Shadur is got a man in his face as he throws, and I'm surprised that's not another roughing the passer call. But luckily, it's just a misfire by Shadur, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. We held them to 36 total yards in the first half. Yeah, because they were on the field for 4 minutes in the second quarter. They had 4 minutes. Again, first half. It was first quarter. Give them credit. It was a good first quarter. The second quarter, they were on the field for 4 minutes. They barely had a chance to do anything in the second quarter. We've only given up 3 points on defense, but that's because the Browns have not really had a lot of opportunities on offense. Like you were saying earlier, Stranger, this is what they do. They play poorly in the second half after playing well in the first half and tricking you into thinking they're any good. Brown lineman down. I did see that somebody was down. I didn't quite see what was up, though, so I didn't want to say anything prematurely. So the Jaguars are up 34-7 now, so it looks like they got a field goal or something. Falcons up 13-7 over the Saints. Not looking good for the Saints right now, but they looks like they might get a field goal. Oh, they converted a 4th down. There you go. Tyler Shuck converting a 4th down. So they got the first. They looks like they're about to score against the Falcons, probably. Vikings up 13-0 over the Packers still, and that's the 4th quarter already. It's 4th quarter here too, but Giants still up 24-10 over the Cowboys. That game's still in the third quarter, but looking rough for the Cowboys right now. Texans, or the Colts are still up 24-23 over the Colts. Or over the Colts are up 24-23 over the Texans. The Texans have the ball right now at the Colts 39, but they're not quite in field goal range yet. Center possibly. I don't know who that is, but hopefully whoever it is there okay. You know, not ain't that serious. It's a meaningless game. Be wild if the Vikings shut out the Packers. You know, even on their third string quarterback still. Yep. Kind of a frustrating day for the Bengals so far. The Ravens and Steelers play each other tonight. Now, should I stream that? I think it depends on what else I'm doing today. I might stream. Maybe I'll stream the second half or something because I don't know. We'll see. I might stream the Steelers Ravens game tonight though. The only thing is like I'm not sure. Like I don't know if because like I mean obviously I want the Ravens to win, but if the Steelers win, I can see an upside to that too with like the maintaining the playoff utility or something. Shadur Sanders going to throw it up, and that's going to be a really weird looking pass. It was like a screen pass, but it was like 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And either way, he still picks up like 8 yards on the play. So it's going to be 3rd and 2 now. This is what I'm talking about with the Bengals fucking defense, man. Stupid. 3rd and 2 now. Can you get off the field? Can you stop them? I don't think you can. You haven't been really stopping them for, 3 quarters. Shadur's going to hand the ball off, and hey, oh no, god damn it. I got tricked by the play action. It was a play action, or maybe an option, because Shadur kept the ball himself and got the first down. So, I guess I can't slam the Bengals too much for getting tricked on that play when I got tricked on that play. Although I can slam Geno Stone for missing a tackle, because Geno Stone saw that Shadur still had the ball and was in prime position to stop him and just completely whiffed on the tackle. So I can get mad at Geno Stone for that. Apparently it was the center, according to, Stranger, so hopefully he's okay. It's going to be a jet sweep, actually, to 16. And he picks up about 3 yards before he's taken down. Look, somebody tackled. Corey Bajorquez. What? Okay, he's the punter. So I don't know who the fuck that was. I did say 13, right? So it looks like that center is getting carted off, by the way. That's not good. Luke Weipler, 3rd-year center out of Ohio State. That's not good. But I swear that was 13, right? According to this, Corey Bajorquez is 13. Now maybe it's 83 maybe is who that was. It's going to be a handoff, and the Bengals give him nothing there. So it's going to be 3rd and 6. Yeah, 83, the Western Kentucky guy, right? Yeah, Malachi Corley. I think that might have been who got the... Because I thought it said 13, but that's the punter, so... Geno Tauk. Geno Oxygen. Maybe. I'm not even sure he's that much of an obstacle. 3rd and 5, so they did give him a yard. All right, from the 41-yard line. Oh, boy. Okay. Shadur Sanders, shotgun snap. He's getting rushed by Shamar Stewart. And that he just tries to throw that ball up, and it almost gets intercepted by the Bengals. But I would almost call that intentional grounding. How is that non-intentional grounding? Shadur threw it, and there was a running back kind of in the area, and it looked like he was trying to get him, and just didn't really have a shot at that, really. I guess I'm glad that they didn't call roughing the passer on Shamar Stewart for tackling the quarterback. How dare he? 4th and 5. And the Browns are going to punt from the 41-yard line, which is a bit of a soft move, but whatever. And it's going to be caught around the 9-yard line, and that is where the Bengals are going to get the ball. So I basically just flipped the field position there. Google softest stone. Is talc the softest stone? I just think of talcum powder when I hear talc. The softest mineral is talc. The softest gemstone is seraphinite. But I think talc is softer than that. So, but here's my thing: the softest thing in the world is vicuña wool. Vicuña wool is the softest thing in the entire world. So that might be maybe we should just start calling him vicuña. Or water, in an abstract, Geno liquid. I would still think oxygen is softer than that, but whatever. Aerogel is extremely light and porous. Baby pandas. Geno baby panda. Geno kitten. Geno soft moss. Principle of softness overcoming hardness. Well, not in football, apparently. Yeah, talc. I don't even like. Is talc? Is that what talcum powder is made of? Soft mineral used in products like baby powder, cosmetics, blah 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 blah. Finely ground. Oh, so okay, so talcum powder is made from talc. Okay, it also gives you cancer. So, yeah, maybe that's a good one. Maybe talc is a good thing because I think I get cancer from watching Geno Stone play. I think he's a double agent, just like James Harrison was. Stone misunderstood Bruce Lee. Be like water doesn't mean let anything pass through. No, but see, the thing about water is water can also cut through anything with enough time. The problem is he's playing football. He doesn't have that much time all the time. I think Geno Stone's a double agent, personally. I think he was sent by the Ravens to sabotage us. 1st and 10 from the 9-yard line. Joe Burrow's in the shotgun formation. Got an opportunity on offense here, but we got to take advantage. It's going to be a dump-off pass to Chase Brown, and he does not get really very much there at all. Maybe 2 yards. Maybe. I don't even know if he got that. It's stupid, man. We're only losing by 5. Like, we were running away with this game earlier, man. But with a 6-point win. But, I mean, like, we were running away with it, looking like we were going to take a 14-point lead, and then suddenly we implode on offense. Give away 2 offensive scores, and the only thing that's really happened since then is, both these teams have traded field goals. But if it wasn't for the offensive scores, the Bengals would be winning, 12-3 right now. All right, Joe Burrow is going to end up just running with it himself and kind of did a little bit of an end around the backfield there. But he picks up a first down, so that works out. This fucking defense pisses me off so much, dude. I'll tell you what. I'll be honest with you. I'm honestly concerned that if the Bengals do get a touchdown here, the defense is going to fold and give the Browns a fucking touchdown. And then, then the offense has got to, score again at that point. All right. Joe Burrow. Shotgun formation from the 20-yard line. Going to be a play-action pass, tosses it, dumps it off to Chase Brown, who gets a bit of a lane and powers through the tackle to pick up about 5.5, maybe 6 yards. All right, well, at least the effort's still there. Just don't fucking turn the ball over again. I don't know what it's been with fucking turnovers this year for the Bengals, man, but especially with Joe Burrow out there, it's just been a rash of turning the ball over in these stupid situations. I will say one thing, like the offense definitely has some room for improvement next year, and that's the main one. Like, stop turning the ball over. Be a handoff, Chase Brown. Nice. Gets a good running lane there and picks up a first down to about the 32.5-yard line. So that's 2 first downs. Bengals offense is moving the ball. Matriculating, but moving. Matriculating the ball down the field, boys. I don't know why that Hank Stram quote or clip or whatever is so stuck in my head. Maybe it's because I was such a big NFL Network guy back in the day. Jaguars up 34-7. The Saints scored, but the Falcons are still up 13-10. Vikings still up 13-0 over the Packers. Joe Burrow shotgun snap, throws, caught T. Higgins, nice. Holds on to that ball through the violent tackle by Grant Delpit, and that is going to be about an 8-yard gain. Bengals get the ball at about the 40-yard line. Giants still up 24-10 on the Cowboys, and the Texans took the lead over the Colts, but the Colts are knocking on the door field goal range. That's a game that might come down to the wire. I'll tell you that. This Bengals-Browns game might come down to the wire, which is not good for my mental health. 2nd and 2 from the 40-ish yard line. Joe Burrow, shotgun snap. Rolls back, throws, caught, Yoshi. There you go. And that's going to be a forward progress, should give him a first down there. Browns are really trying to get a turnover, so Bengals really need to emphasize ball security right now. And they are working that clock, I'll say that. So the defense is really, like if the Bengals can get a touchdown, great. But the defense is really going to have to get their shit together. Now, to be fair, defense has only allowed a field goal all day. So, I don't like what I've seen from them overall. Handoff to Chase Brown. Nice running lane there. Picks up about 8 yards. There you go. Now on the Browns side of the field. But it's touchdown or bust. It really is, because like a field goal might help, but I don't know. Like the problem with a field goal is you got to get the ball. The defense has got to get you the ball back. At that point, it's like you're going to give the Browns the ball with however many minutes left, and you got to stop them so that you can get the ball back without them running the clock out. Joe Burrow is going to throw it up, and that is knocked away. That was a bit of a dangerous pass by Joe Burrow, targeting T. Higgins, but it was a little short, and that was not really thrown exactly where it needs to be. So I'm not a huge fan of that throw by Joe Burrow, but whatever. Bit more of a heads-up play there by Ross, and that he maybe even could have picked that off, honestly. Luckily, he wasn't really looking for it till the last second. D'Angelo Ross, by the way, knocking that ball away, covering T. Higgins pretty well. 3rd and 3. Come on, man. Come on. This is starting to get into really nervous territory here. Joe Burrow looking around is going to get Drew Sample, who gets just enough for a first down. With 5:48 left to go, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43. Now, I will say, if you can keep that clock moving and it's possible, you could really... potentially drain almost all that clock, if not all of it, if you handle this right. I'm not feeling super good about draining the clock right now, though, because even if you get a touchdown, you don't want the Browns to score quickly and then put you in a rough position. All right, shotgun snap, Joe Burrow, and there he goes. Myles Garrett gets himself ties the NFL sack record. Joe Burrow just wilted on that one, too. Damn. Tell you what, though, I'd rather him take a sack like that than get hit hard or try to make a play and it doesn't work out. I don't know if he maybe could have got rid of the ball there. Takes a 6-yard sack at 2nd and 16, and, oh, man. All right, Myles Garrett, you got the sack record. You can stop now. I mean, celebrate all you want. That's fine, but you can stop now and let us win the game. It's not gonna happen, but All right, there you go. Myles Garrett gets the sack record, and he is coming off the field for what it's worth. So Joe Burrow is going to throw it short to Chase Brown, and that, what the fuck? Why are we doing that? And now it's going to be 3rd and 16 because you got basically no gain on that play. What are we doing? Like, what are we actually fucking doing right now? We're fucking wilting is what we're doing. Orlando Brown just got destroyed on that play. And it's Myles Garrett. I'm not, in general, Orlando Brown's had a pretty good game against Myles Garrett, so it's not a big deal. But, in this situation with almost a little over 4 minutes left to play and you're trailing, like, god damn, man, Joe Burrow does have plenty of time to throw on this play. And he's going to throw it, and it's too high. He kind of had Jamar Chase, but he tried to throw on the run and just could not get it done. Oh, man. 4th and 15, and now I guess we're going to punt. Fuck! Bench Garrett? Yeah, obviously you bench Garrett. Obviously you bench Garrett. Why would you, risk his health at this point? Damn it, man. Now we're punting the ball, and we're going to have to have a big defensive stop here. To, maybe if we do get a good defensive stop, then maybe this could work out. But the Browns going to have the ball at the 9-yard line, so I mean this could also backfire, and they could just take all the time off the clock. If we give up a field goal, then and we let them run a lot of time off the clock, then we're getting to the point where that'd be an 8-point ball game, right? So. It's still one possession, but if we let them run all the time off the clock, it's not going to matter. So, I get punting. Punting's the right call in that moment, but god damn it, man. Can we not do this? Well, anyway, the Falcons are still winning 13-10 over the Saints. Vikings are still up 13-0 over the Packers. Giants still up 24-17. So there's really been no scoring. Looks like the Colts are about to are in field goal range. They're hoping to get a touchdown, obviously, but they're potentially going to get another score. Should get the should get a go-ahead score here against the Texans here soon. So that's an interesting game. I will say the Texans have more on the line than we do. For us, it's literally just like, can you not suck? For the Texans, it's it's a shot, not a very good one, because obviously the Jaguars winning 34-7 over the Titans, so they're about to score again, so almost no shot of the Texans winning the division at this point. But you're still positioning for seeding potentially. So if the Texans lose, then let's see, if the Jets lose, okay, so if the Texans lose, then then they need the Bills and the Chargers to both lose to maintain their seeding, right? Bills going up against the Jets, I don't think that's happening. Now the Chargers going up against the Broncos, who are fighting for the number 1 seed, that's possible. So the Texans very well would only go down 1 seed in that, but that would be the difference between getting the winner of the AFC North and getting the Jaguars next. If I'm the Texans, I really would rather play the AFC North team than the Jaguars next week. But they're going to be what they're going to be, man. If we can win this game, I'm happy to let Myles Garrett have that record, man. I don't give that much of a shit. 3:49 left to go in the game. From the 9-yard line, Browns give the handoff to Sampson, and he picks up about 3 yards. They probably should have given him less than that, but whatever. Going to be running that clock, trying to hold on to that lead under all circumstances. If we can get a 3-and-out, that's real good, but especially since Myles Garrett, there's a good chance that Myles Garrett's going to be sitting for the rest of the game. Now, I will say, doesn't this put Myles Garrett in... what is the NFL sack record? Wouldn't this put Myles Garrett tied for the sack record? Yeah, the single-season sack record is 23 sacks. And that's Myles Garrett's 23rd, so that puts him tied with the record. But if he wants to get alone for the record... Nice play! Oh, man! Ooh, nice play by T.J. Slayton to almost sack Shedeur Sanders. He lets him get loose, though, which was stupid. But luckily, I think Demetrius Knight was there to clean up that sack. So, great play. Phenomenal play by the defense there. And the Bengals are going to take their first time out with 2:59 left to go. So, if they can stop them on third down here, the 2-minute warning will stop the clock, and the Bengals will have a full 2-minute drill and 2 timeouts to try to get in the end zone. Old was 2 guys at 22.5. I thought it was 20. According to the internet, it was 23. Oh, you know what? I think it might be the unofficial sack record. Because it was some guy from the 70s, right? Some guy from the 70s. Al Baker had 23 sacks in 1978. But that's not part of the record because sacks were not an officially tracked stat at that time. 3rd and 14, Shedeur is in the end zone, and they let him get out of the end zone. So he's just going to try to run it, and the Bengals, oh my God, somebody fucking tackle him. The Browns try to pull him. What's 70 there? Who is 70? He was trying to pull Shedeur Sanders to a first down. Almost got it, which is disgusting. Zach Zenter, by the way, was trying to pull Shedeur Sanders into a first down. That did not happen, though. So there's 2:50 left to go here. And is the Browns' offense still out there? That's not possible. The Bengals took another timeout, so I guess they'll take the 2-minute warning on the other side. Maybe that's why the Browns' offense didn't go off the field immediately, because the Bengals took a timeout. Because Shedeur Sanders' helmet's off. They are indeed going to punt. And it would be one of the stupidest decisions. Although then again, against this Bengals defense, maybe it wouldn't be a bit stupid decision to try to pick up a first down here. But nope, they're going to punt. Unless it's a trick play. I wouldn't be shocked to see them try a trick play here in a meaningless game. Just to see if you can put them away. It's not, though. And the punt is away. Of course, we're not going to block the punt because why would we do that? Why would we do anything good? I don't really like Keyshawn Williams returning punts, man. He doesn't seem to be able to do anything. I think the Bengals are going to get the ball at the 39-yard line. So this drive's pretty much it. You got to get in the end zone. Field goal doesn't do you any good. It's 4-down territory on every single play on this drive. Because, if you give the ball back to the Browns, they're just going to run the clock out. About 2000 and Watt a couple of years ago. Yeah, so unofficially, Al Baker had 23 in 1978, but it's not an officially tracked stat. It's not stupid to try. It's stupid to try on your own 19. That's what I meant. It's on your own 19, but maybe not stupid because you're going up against the Bengals' garbage defense. And they almost let Shedeur Sanders run for a first down on that last play. They didn't, but then Zach Zenter almost pulled him to a first down, which how the fuck do you let that happen? Luckily, that's not what happened, and it was a 4th down, but, and then the Browns punted. But, honestly, if I'm Kevin Stefanski in that situation, you're potentially getting fired after this game anyway. A meaningless game doesn't really matter. And your defense has been playing well this today, and the Bengals have to get in the end zone. Maybe you just try to win the game by converting 4th down there, honestly. Pulling is supposed to be a flag. I didn't even know that. Well, of course, they're not going to fucking call it. Who cares? Are they trying? I would think so, Jeff. I would think they're trying. The reason why the score is like this is because they had back-to-back offensive turnovers that went for touchdowns. The Browns have only scored 3 offensive points. I don't know what the offense has been doing all day today, though. Like, I mean, they got off to a pretty hot start. The first drive was a touchdown, and then Evan McPherson had a extra point blocked, and so that was stupid. But it should have been whatever. But then the Browns got a pick six. On a tip, by the way. It wasn't Joe Burrow's fault, but they were in the red zone, and then Joe Burrow had a ball tipped, pick six, and Devin Bush was just in the perfect angle for that. And then the next drive, offensive drive, they had they fumbled, and that was recovered for a touchdown. But since then, the offense has kind of been playing like trash. So, yeah, I mean, they've got 2 touchdowns, but they've only got 12 points because of some special teams miscues. One of them was a miss by Evan McPherson, but the other one was a blocked extra point. So Drew Sample is going to get the pass there, and he picks up about 7 or 8 on that play. Yeah, are they trying? I think they are trying. It's just it's been a weird game, it's always a weird game against the Browns. They should pretty much have that built into their game plan at this point. Weird things will happen. Joe Burrow throws. He's got T. Higgins. Did he catch it? I'm saying he didn't catch it. That was kind of wild. Caught. And yeah, he definitely dropped that. There was, at no point was that a catch. Damn it. 3rd and 2. T. Higgins really had to extend for that one, though. I will say, some of these balls from Burrow have been a little wild this year, since he got back from injury. Hopefully with the offseason to recover, he doesn't have that problem anymore, but he just doesn't seem like he's been planting all that great as the season's kind of gone on. 3rd and 2. Burrow throws. Caught. Nice catch by Jamar Chase. Once again, kind of a floater by Burrow, but Jamar Chase able to secure that pretty nicely. So it's going to be a Bengals first down, and they are going to have the ball about the 39-yard line. So got to get in the end zone. Absolutely, there's no, we're going to position ourselves for a field goal. No, it's end zone. You do not, like I said, 4-down territory every drive. Every set of downs is 4-down territory. So hopefully it doesn't get to that point, though. Hopefully it's not, because they just convert, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down. A lot of high passes. Yeah, dude, I don't know if he's having trouble planting or what it is, but he's, maybe it's a symptom of the fact that he hasn't gotten into a rhythm this year because he was out of sync. But you'd think by now he'd be in a bit of a rhythm. I don't know. But man, look, I know draft positioning this and draft positioning that, and if we do lose, then it's a meaningless game, and draft position this, draft position that. But with the Saints currently losing, it's not like our draft position is gonna be helped all that much. Saints currently losing, and then who else are we looking at? The Chiefs. Chiefs are probably going to win their game. But who knows? They could lose and fuck us over. So yeah, it's just I don't want to fucking lose, man. I don't want to lose. Best case scenario, we're going to be picking 8th. And then here, I'll just, real quick, let me do a PFF mock draft just to show you what I mean. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change the draft order so that we're picking 8th. And everybody else who really cares, because it's not really that big of a deal, right? But we're just going to, I think, do this. Bengals picking 8th. And if the Bengals are picking 8th, then they're most likely, let's see, you've got Caleb Downs already off the board. Mansour Delane's on the board. But let's say, okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to force a trade. So the Bengals are also going to get the 11th pick, right? And the Bengals are going to give them the 40th, 72nd. They're just going to give them the whole thing, right? Force this trade. All right. So the Bengals at 8, right? So let's say, so right now you've got Mansour Delane on the board, right? Bengals at 8. Hold on. 1st and 10. From the 42-yard line is where we have this ball. I was a little off earlier on my assumption. Anyway, Joe Burrow, shotgun snap. Going to throw it. That is just going to dirt that one near Samaje P. Ryan. Okay. So in theory, you get Mansour to lane here, but Reuben Bain Jr. is available here. But, I mean, I've told you how I feel about Reuben Bain Jr. I'm a little skeptical about him. But, yeah. Let's say Reuben Bain goes at that 8 pick, and the Bengals actually have the 11th pick. Well, Mansour Delane's still available, right? So, I don't know how much this really helps us. The guys who went there were Arvell Reese, a linebacker, who the Bengals aren't taking, and then Malachi Lemon, a wide receiver, who the Bengals aren't taking. Maybe they would take Reuben Bain. I don't know. But nice catch there by T. Higgins. I think that's a catch by T. Higgins. Looked like it was the ref. I think that was called a catch. Catch 1, 2. Yeah, that's a catch. Climbs the ladder to heaven and gets that one, which is good because, that's another high throw by Burrow. From the 21-yard line now. 1st and 10. Come on, Bengals. I would be draining the clock if I was the Bengals here. Give the ball, run. I'd run the ball here, but it's going to be Joe Burrow, shotgun snap, throws, caught. Jamar Chase gets loose. There you go, down to about the 4-yard line. Nice. And, yeah, man, 140, just take your time. No need to rush to the line. Just take your sweet time. Drain that clock because you're not getting the ball back anyway. Did the Browns take it? The Browns might have taken a timeout. I think the Browns did take a timeout with 1:34 left to go, because I think they're smelling the Bengals cooking something here. So here's the thing: with 1:34 left to go, I'd just run the ball. On this next play, Chase Brown or Samaje. I'd give it to Samaje P. Ryan, honestly, because it's short yardage. Chase Brown, hand the ball off. Might not get in the end zone, but you keep that clock moving, make the Browns take timeouts. It's, again, 4-down territory, so you just burn 1st down to get that clock moving again, is what I would do. I mean, don't get me wrong, Chase Brown, if you have the opportunity to get it in the end zone, you just get in the fucking end zone, right? We're not playing, let's not play with fire here. Because we're losing. So if you can get in the end zone, get in the end zone. But anyway, Joe Burrow is going to throw it up high. Jamar Chase, touchdown! Bengals take the lead! 1:29 left to go, and all the defense has to do is stop the Browns from getting a field goal. Which is, I would go for 2 here. The Bengals are going to go for 2 here, so. Now that is, probably partially a product of Myles Garrett not being on the field anymore. But anyway, the Bengals take an 18-17 lead. So they're going to go for 2 here, which is, I think, the right call, because extra point an extra point does you no good. A field goal. Oh, the Browns player's down. Ooh, he is having a rough time there on the field. I don't have my Browns right here. We go. 27 is Sam Webb, the 3rd-year corner out of Missouri Western, which I have never heard of before. The toe wasn't his plant foot, so maybe follow through. Maybe I don't know, stranger. I'm just noticing his throws have been a little more erratic since he got back. Saints need to win. We better score. Look, if we win, it doesn't matter what the Saints do. I don't give a shit what the Saints do. If we win, we're locked into our draft position no matter what we do. If we lose, Saints need to fucking win. 2-point attempt. We are winning now, so the defense, all they have to do is not give up a field goal, basically. If we get a 2-point conversion here, then we can at least ensure that a field goal doesn't beat us, which would be pretty huge. Joe Burrow looking around, throws, and knocked away by Grant Delpit. So defense is going to have to come up strong. Can't let the Browns get a field goal. They do have 2 timeouts, so they don't have to be in panic mode just yet on offense. Burrow was targeting Mike Gesicki, but honestly, I'm not really sure what Burrow was seeing there because he was pretty well covered. I don't know about that one, but I want the Saints to win for Mikey. Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, if the Bengals win, I don't give a shit what the Saints do. You know, I mean, I guess for Mikey's sake, hopefully they don't, get swept by the Falcons. But if we lose, we need the Saints to win. Like for us, right? Because if we're gonna lose the fucking Browns, we might as well get a better draft position out of it, right? Like we might as well. That's what I would want to happen. All right, kick is away, and that's a pretty damn good kick by Evan McPherson. So it's going to be returned and taken down about the 29-yard line is where he gets taken down, and Bengals players are acting like they did something, but not really. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, if the Bengals win, I don't give a shit. Maybe the Saints can win for Mikey. That'd be cool. But if the Bengals lose, Mikey, I need you guys to come through for us. Now, that's obviously bad for the Saints, obviously. They would, but then again, I'm sure they'd be happy to win. That'd be my perspective if I was a Saints fan. Like, of course I want to win. I don't care about draft position. But from a Bengals fan perspective, I'm like, give me that draft pick. Give me that draft pick, boy. But hopefully we just win, Defense has been pretty decent today. Shadur Sanders, shotgun snap, he throws it into the dirt. I don't know where the hell he was throwing there. He had a guy wide open, just threw it into the dirt. Jaguars up 41-7 on the Titans. Falcons up 16-10 on the Saints, although the Saints have the ball, and they're about at midfield. About 4 minutes. I don't know if they have the ball at the Falcons' 23-yard line now, so, that's not looking good for the Falcons. Giants up 34-17 on the Cowboys, and the Texans are nursing a 29-27 lead over the Colts. But the Colts do have the ball and are potentially moving. Shadur Sanders gets sacked. There you go. Tries to run it, but Cam Sample doesn't let him have it. That'll be 3rd and 11. So Bengals defense doing a good job right now. Gotta finish it though, because the Browns are gonna go for it on 4th down. Obviously, they obviously, duh. That clock is running, but Browns do still have 2 timeouts. Shadur Sanders gets rushed as he throws, and it gets, damn it, caught by number 16. That's going to be a Browns first down. Damn it! 49 seconds left to go, and he got out of bounds, so that preserves the clock. Fuck. DJ Ivy in coverage. Man. 49 seconds left. Browns have the ball at their own 42-yard line. It's getting down into the wire. Shadur Sanders, shotgun formation, throws, dirt. Off target. Not sure what that was. 2nd and 10. 45 seconds left to go. Bengals defense, it's not the end of the world yet, but come on. Come on, first quarter D. There you go. They first 2 plays, but not the 3rd play. We better not lose due to extra points. If they get a field goal and beat us that way, that's what would happen. That is indeed what would happen. All right, Shadur, shotgun snap, rolls back, throws, caught. Oh, man. Runs it to about I don't know if he got the first down, but that's going to be at least a 9-yard pickup and out of bounds. 39 seconds left to go. And the Browns still have 2 timeouts left. Good Lord, defense. Do not fucking do this. Are you kidding me? Who do you think will be the Browns quarterback next year? Probably Shadur. I would imagine probably Shadur, unless they draft somebody. Unless they just have a really good shot to draft a really good guy in the 1st round or something. Probably Shadur is going to be their guy next year. Maybe even Deshaun Watson, honestly, the way they've been talking. Shadur, shotgun, got all day to fucking throw, and it's caught field goal range, and I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Jerry Jeudy, of all fucking people, catches that one. Dax Hill's hurt, and I think he was on the one in coverage. I don't know. Is he hurt, or is his fucking pride hurt? God damn it! What are you doing? If Dax is genuinely hurt, I hope he's okay. But God fucking damn it, man. We've been talking about how, oh, dude, Dax Hill's looking better this year, but he lets Jerry Jeudy, of all fucking people, catch a massive slant route, man. That puts the Browns in field goal range. And, dude, Jeudy almost dropped that one, too. Like, what are you doing, Dax? God! We're pretty much at the point where we're relying on a miracle to win this game now, because we're going to have the Browns miss a field goal or fumble the ball or something. We're out of timeouts. Best case scenario, maybe we get like 20 seconds left. Or 20. Like 15 or so seconds left if like we can at least stop them from like keeping the fucking... I mean, if we can like... I don't know. I'm sure they're just going to run the ball at this point. This is stupid, man. I hate this defense. They tricked us into thinking they were good, but they're not, partially because Geno Stone's on the fucking team. If he's still on the team next year, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. At the very least, he can't be starting next year. Geno Stone is such trash. I hate him. 1st and 10. It's going to be a handoff, Dylan Sampson, and there it is. There it is. He's gets to about the 36-yard line. And Brown's going to take a timeout. 23 seconds left to go. 2nd and 8. Bengals defense, they gotta fucking do something, man. They've already let them get in field goal range. Like, it's not like they've even really done their fucking job. Especially when it matters. This is what's been all year. Oh, they didn't let a lot go up in the first quarter. That's in the first half. Like, that's because they we're on the field in the first half. Garbage freaking defense, man. Absolute garbage. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Gonna need a fucking turnover at this point. It feels like, unless they magically miss the field goal. Shadur, shotgun snap. Geno Stone's rushing the passer, and the ball is... Ooh, that's a... Shadur going for it all there. I mean, the good news is that stops the clock. It was too far for, I think, Isaiah Bond. Is that his name? Jalen Davis lets himself get beat, but luckily that ball was too far for Bond. I cannot believe this is what the fucking defense is doing right now. This is the product we're putting on the field. It's going to be 3rd and 8, but the Bengals don't have a timeout, so the Browns probably can just run the ball here. And that's almost certainly what they're going to do. Hand the ball off. Yep, and they let him get like 5 yards on the play. And so now it's going to be, it's not a chip shot by any means, but, any kicker worth their fucking salt would make this one. The Browns are going to let this run down to 3 seconds left to go, and I mean, this is the game. Can you block the field goal like they blocked their extra point? Make them... Maybe he misses it, Maybe it's quite possible he could miss it, but it just doesn't feel like it's likely that he's going to miss it. And even if he does miss it, I do not absolve the defense for letting it get to this point, man. Like, yeah, the offense, once again, this is another one of those games where it's like, yeah, the offense, they fucked up, and, the game is in the position it's in because of major fuck-ups by the offense. But they got a 49-yard field goal attempt. It's not exactly, super high degree of difficulty here. All right, kick is up, and did that get blocked? No, it still went in. I think it might have gotten hit, though. There's a flag! What is the flag? Hold on, what's the flag? What's the flag? Browns aren't happy. TJ Slayton isn't happy either, though, so... What is the flag? Kevin Stefanski's starting to celebrate, so I think it might be on the Bengals. Yep, and the Browns are celebrating. I think it's on the Bengals. Damn it! They might have just waved the flag off or something. I don't fucking know. So we lost to the Browns. Great. This is the most pathetic, embarrassing defense I've ever fucking seen, man. Can't even get it done against the Browns. What's your fucking problem? Good Lord. Every single fucking pick we have in the draft better be spent on... I mean, we better spend all the money we have on defense. We better spend every draft pick we have on defense. I don't want to see half of this fucking team back next year, man. This is absolute garbage, and I don't understand. It's the Browns, man. Got it. Unbelievable. Absolutely ridiculous. Unbelievable. Stupid. I think Zach Taylor should be fired for this game. And it's meaningless. And it might get us a better draft position. I don't fucking care. God damn it, man. Well, let's... And the Saints are getting creamed by the Falcons, too. 19-10 with 2:52 to left to go in that game. So we're probably not going to matter there either. Bengals finished the season 6-11. Gonna have the same record as the New Orleans fucking Saints, dude. Tyler Shuck threw an interception. It's part of why they're losing. Saints were driving too. They had the ball at the Falcons 20, and then Shuck threw an interception, and the Falcons didn't do a lot with it, but they got a field goal. Better draft position than Zach fired would almost be worth this game. I don't even know if we're going to get a better draft position because the Saints are going to fucking lose. Saints are going to lose. I mean, maybe the Chiefs win and we get a better draft position than them, but by like one spot. We're guaranteed to not lose a draft position to the Falcons, though, or to the Falcons, to the Falcons, but to the Dolphins. Who do you think is the best defensive on our team? I don't know if I care. Who's the best defensive player? I don't fucking know. Miles Murphy probably right now. I think Miles Murphy. Which is saying something when he's the best you got right now. And he's fine, but what's the worst pick possible now? 10th? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I know we're not going to lose a spot to the I know we're not going to lose a spot to the Dolphins. And we can't lose a spot to the Falcons. I know that. So, like, if the Saints miraculously come back and win their game, then that's something. Get rid of everyone but him. I mean, I like Osai. You know. I like Osai. I wouldn't mind seeing Demetrius Knight develop a little bit more, but Barrett Carter, I don't want to see him again. Geno Stone, fire him into the fucking sun. Jordan Battle, get rid of him. I hate him. DJ Turner. Oh, DJ Turner. Duh. Obviously, DJ Turner's the best guy on defense. So, DJ Turner, Miles Murphy, Joseph Osai, Demetrius Knight. Might be it. Maybe TJ Slayton. TJ Slayton kind of came on a little bit here at the end. I'm done with everybody else, though. I'm done. Dax Hill, up and down. Dax Hill, part of the reason we lost today, but, you know, he kind of came on near the end of the season, so at least give him another shot. But then again, you're going to have to re-sign him, and depends on how much money he wants. So, I don't know. Bengals officially finished with a 6-11 record. So the only teams that could leapfrog them are the Saints and maybe the Chiefs. I don't know about the Chiefs, actually. The Chiefs have a higher strength of schedule than us, so that might help us as far as draft position goes. I don't know. We finished one game ahead of the Browns, man. One game ahead of the goddamn Browns. Keep Turner, Dax, Murphy, Osai, and the guys on defensive rookie contracts. Get rid of the rest. I mean, yeah, and that includes Barrett Carter, but I don't want Barrett Carter starting next year. We could have had 9 wins easy, dude. We could have had 9. We could have had 10. We could have had 11. Hell, we could have had more than that, depending on how the season, whatever. But with this defense, more than 9 seems unlikely. All right, they got the Colts and Texans game up, but I want to see the Saints game because, again, it would be a miracle at this point, really. But here we go. I think here's the Saints and Falcons. The Cowboys game is also over. So anyway, Tyler Shuck scrambling around. He got big pass there to Dante Pettis. So I mean the clock's ticking. They don't have any timeouts left, and whatever. But onside kick could do it for the Saints. So let's see if the Saints can win. That'll help our draft positioning. Tyler Shuck's going to throw it over the middle, and that is once again to Dante Pettis, and he picks up the first down. Ball is moving, and they're trying to do everything quickly right now, which makes a lot of sense, frankly. 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line. Tyler Shuck takes the shotgun snap. He's going to throw, and that is caught. One-handed catch for the touchdown for 85. I don't know who that is. Ronnie Bell with the one-handed touchdown catch. I'm sure Mikey's happy about that. And so Saints would do well here, I think, to just take the extra point here, and then you got to have an onside kick. Go Aints. Yeah, well, I mean, it's only one. There's 1:11 left to go in the game, stranger, and they're down, and they're about to give the ball back to the Falcons. So I mean, if they don't get the onside kick, game's over. I think. One-handed through PI uncalled. Yep. Unfortunately, they were down 9, and they're going to need an extra point, or they're going to need a onside kick. Gonna need an onside kick. It's 19-17. Saints at the very end here could take it and give us a better draft position, but highly unlikely. It's going to require an onside kick recovery, and even then it's going to require execution and getting down the field for a field goal. Or maybe a touchdown. Never know. Touchdown would be better, obviously, but it's unfortunate because the Saints were driving and Shuck threw a pick, which is and then that turned into a Falcons field goal, which is really the difference in this game right now is that Falcons field goal. I mean, it's definitely not you're not going to use that as evidence that Tyler Shuck isn't good. Because he's a rookie who hasn't really even started all year. But obviously that's killer because that's really the reason they're losing right now is because of that interception that Tyler Shuck threw. At the very least, they would have had a field goal, and right now they'd be in the lead. Right now, they'd be up 5. No, they'd be up by 1. No, wait, hold on. Well, so they could have gotten their own field goal and they'd be up 4. And instead of going for the onside kick here, they'd just be kicking it back to the Falcons and hoping their defense can come through. Unlike the Bengals defense against the Browns. Come on, Saints. Onside kick is away, and that is just recovered by the Falcons. Didn't even make it far enough. Even if it had been touched by a Saints player, that would have been a penalty. Jonas Sanker was tracking it, but you know, and Kyle Pitts almost gave that ball away, but luckily the ball rolled with him. Well, 1st and 10, and the Falcons are probably just going to kneel this. And the Saints are going to finish with the same record as the Bengals, but technically with a higher draft position. Going to be one spot ahead of the Bengals, I think, in the power rankings or in the draft order. Yep, and that is going to be pretty much it. So. Worthless fucking Bengals defense, dude. Like, I'm not even mad at the Saints because, like, that's not my team. I don't care. It's not their job to, do well for us. It's our job to win. Can't even fucking do that right, man. Against the Browns. With the lead against the Browns at the end of the game, and we can't stop Shadur Sanders from getting down the field for a field goal. God, this defense, we thought the defense was good, and they're not. They're garbage. They were good in the first quarter. Like they've been all year. I'm so tired of watching this fucking defense do the same thing every goddamn game, dude. It's the same shit over and over and over again. And it's against the Browns, which were missing both their top 2 tight ends. And have been just, their offense has been utter garbage all year. And you can't even get it done against them. I know the offense had a bad game, but they gave the defense a chance to win at the end. And the defense can't fucking do anything right. Browns have 2 first-round draft picks next year, too, I think. If that isn't a punch in the gut, though, man, like, the Browns beat you at the end of the year, and Myles Garrett gets the sack record, and they still get a better draft spot than you. We're pretty much, we're either going to be drafting 9 or 10 now, is basically the way it's going to work. We're either going to be 9 or 10, pending what happens with the Chiefs. If the Chiefs beat the Raiders, as they should, but, the Chiefs have been really ass without Patrick Mahomes. They weren't doing great with Patrick Mahomes, but they've been really bad without Patrick Mahomes. So, I mean, they could lose to the Raiders. And if they lose to the Raiders, I don't even know what happens at that point. Like, I don't even know what happens with the strength of victory or the strength of, because it'd be the strength of victory. Well, actually, I don't even know. So with the Chiefs, because it would come down. So let's see. What are the NFL tiebreaker draft? So team with the worst record, but if you're tied, then it's strength of schedule. So the next one is just straight up strength of schedule. Okay. NFL draft tiebreakers prioritize teams with worse records using strength of schedule. So, whoever has the team that played the easiest schedule gets the higher pick, which is the Chiefs. So yeah, the Bengals will either be at 9 or 10 in the draft order. I would bet on 10 because I don't think the Chiefs are going to lose to the Raiders. But they might. So God, I don't want to root for the Chiefs. I guess I can root for the Chiefs without Patrick Mahomes a little less than I can root for... All I'm saying is they better come back with a vengeance next year, man. With the Bengals, I don't think Zach Taylor's getting fired. So the Bengals better come back with a vengeance next year. You know? Anyway, with the Falcons winning, that officially puts the Panthers in the playoffs. Tampa Bay Buccaneers missed, but it's their own fucking fault. Carolina Panthers will be an 8-9 team representing the NFC South in the playoffs against the Most likely the San Francisco 49ers. Now, if the Rams win, then actually no. Okay, so actually the Rams might play their starters. Honestly, it's the difference between playing the Eagles and the Panthers. So the Rams beating the Cardinals feels likely. So most likely the Panthers are going to be playing the Rams in Carolina next week. The Eagles will most likely be playing the 49ers, although that is pending what happens with their game and the Bears game. So, obviously most likely the Eagles are going to beat the Commanders. And then it would really depend on if the Bears can hold off the Lions, and the Lions aren't really playing for anything. The Bears are playing for seeding. So I would imagine the Bears probably going to win that game. But, you never know. You never know. What else is going on with the rest of the NFL? Should only be one game left from the morning slate, right? The Colts and... So the Texans looked like they might have won the game with a field goal over the Colts, 32-30. 12 seconds left to go, so barring a total and utter collapse, that's probably going to be it for that game. But they do still have 12 seconds left, so you never know. But it's going to require a huge drive by the Colts. But, a big kickoff return could do it, Let's go ahead and, let's put that game on. Let's see what happens. Just out of fucking curiosity, because I don't want to accept real life right now. Let's see. All right, so 12 seconds left to go. Riley Leonard. The Texans are going to try to ice the quarterback. So Riley Leonard's basically going to try for a Hail Mary here with 12 seconds left. I'd imagine it's going to be 5 seconds left. What the hell? Was there a runoff? Oh, okay, so the Colts tried to return the kick and took 7 seconds for the kick to go. So 5 seconds left to go. It's going to be one Hail Mary to see what happens. It is what it is. You got swept by the Falcons, so not good, Mikey. But at least you got a better draft spot than we did. You're going to pick one spot ahead of us. It's going to be a very, very down energy Who Dey versus Who Dat podcast this week, I think. I don't know. Maybe you're whatever about it, but not to kill the rookie too much, but Tyler Shuck throwing that interception near the end of the game with the game on the line. That's not good, man. Colts are doing a lot of laterals. Riley Leonard is going to be dropped and returned, and the Texans might end up getting a touchdown. Yep. That lateral is going to end up being a Texans touchdown. So the Texans win, and that is it for the morning slate. So, yeah. That's it for the morning slate. The Texans take the win, and I think that locks them into their draft spot. Not draft spot. That locks them into that'll lock the Texans into the 5th seed. So it will be the winner of the AFC North versus the Houston Texans in wherever the winner of the AFC North stadium is next week. You've got the Panthers locked in, hosting the NFC South, the 4th seed next week. Although against the 49ers or Rams is to be determined. My guess would be the Rams, because I don't think they're going to lose to the Cardinals. The Patriots, Broncos, and Jaguars are still to be determined what their seeding is going to be. If the Broncos beat the Chargers, Chargers still playing for a bit of seeding. It's whether they'll play the Broncos or whether they'll play the 3rd seed or the Jaguars. Okay, well, I mean, who knows what's gonna so it's really just seeding at this point that the Chargers are playing for, but so are the Broncos. They're both playing for seeding. Broncos, if they lose, will be the 3 seed, I think. No, they could be the 2 seed if the Patriots lose to the Dolphins. So, obviously, the first, second, and third seed are still to be determined. And the but it looks like the all seeds still yet to be determined in the AFC because you still got the Broncos, Chargers, Bills, and Patriots still yet to play their games. So and then obviously Ravens, Steelers. You know that the 4 seed isn't locked. It's just that whoever wins the Sunday Night Football game will be the 4 seed. But so it's definitely going to be the AFC North getting the 4 seed. But as far as whether the Ravens or the Steelers, hard to say. I think Lamar Jackson's expected to play. Don't know about T.J. Watt. He says he's playing Sunday versus the Steelers 100%. I would imagine like one game, all the glory, see what happens. You know, T.J. Watt is the question. T.J. Watt is expected to play as well. So it's gonna be full blast by both teams. Who's the better team? Hard to say. Neither of them are really very good. So yeah, still the whole AFC really kind of on the line, and really a lot of NFC seeding is too. The Bears, who knows where they're going to be. I think the Seahawks are locked into the 1 seed though. So the Seahawks locked into the 1 seed. Bears and Eagles, we'll see. It'll be whoever gets the 2nd seed between those 2 teams. My guess is the Bears most likely. But that seeding's still up to chance. We'll see what's going on. The Panthers are locked in at the 4 seed. The Packers are locked in at the 7 seed. And then the Rams and 49ers with the 5th and 6th seed it really depends on if the Rams beat the Cardinals, which they should. So almost certainly in the NFC, you're going to get the wild card seeds are the 5 seed Rams, the 6 seed 49ers, and the 7th seed Packers. The Rams, if the Rams do indeed get the 5th seed, they'll play the Panthers next week. Now, like I said, the most likely scenario I feel would be the Eagles beating the Commanders, but also the Bears beating the Lions. And then that would put the Eagles playing the 49ers next week in Philadelphia, and the Bears hosting the Packers in Chicago next week. And then obviously the 1 seed Seahawks with the bye. In the AFC, literally the only seed that, actually none of the seeds are currently determined. Technically, the AFC North winner gets the 4 seed, but we don't know who the AFC North winner is yet. So you've got the Chiefs and Raiders, which matters for Bengals seed position, but or draft position. But let's just say, wishful thinking that the Chiefs win that game and we get a better draft spot, which I don't like wishing for, but whatever. It's the 3rd string quarterback. I don't even remember his name. Chiefs, not and it's for the difference between 6 and 11 and 7 and 10. I'm not that worried about it, but hopefully the Chiefs beat the Raiders. But whatever. Any other meaningless games? Not really. Yeah, the other 4 games are Broncos, Chargers, Patriots, Dolphins, Bills, Jets, and Steelers, Ravens. So, let's just my expectation tonight is that the Ravens beat the Steelers. Let's just go ahead and put that out there. So that locks in the 4 seed, as the Ravens being the 4 seed. As far as Chargers, Broncos, I don't know. I think I picked the Broncos, if I recall correctly. My gut says the Chargers, but my brain says the Broncos. So let's just let's go with my gut here and just say the Chargers win that game, and then that still doesn't determine any seeding. I think it locks the Texans in at I think. Yep, if the Chargers beat the Broncos, that locks the wild card positioning. So it'd be the Texans at 5 playing the Ravens next week in Baltimore. It'd be the Chargers going to Denver to for a rematch, which that'd be cool as hell. The Chargers potentially got because we still got to determine the 1, 2, and 3 seed. So the Chargers playing whoever the 3rd seed is, and the 7th seed would be the Bills, potentially going to Jacksonville next week, but we don't really know. Because we are still, it basically comes down to what happens in the Dolphins-Patriots game. My prediction previously was that the Dolphins win that game, and so the playoff picture in the AFC would be you'd have the 1 seed Jaguars, which is kind of a cool thing when you think about it. The 2 seed Broncos hosting the 7th seed Bills. Now that's going to be an interesting game theoretically. The 3rd seed Patriots taking on the 6th seed Chargers, which is maybe less of an interesting game, but I mean all playoff games are interesting really. And then you'd have the 4th seed Ravens playing the 5th seed Texans in Baltimore. So my gut feeling when it comes to the playoffs would be that you have the 1 seed Jaguars and the 1 seed Seahawks, and then the other games would be Broncos or the Bills at Broncos, Chargers at Patriots, Texans at Ravens, Packers at Bears, 49ers at Eagles, and Rams at Panthers. But if the Patriots do what they should do, which is beat the Dolphins, then you'd have the number 1 seed Patriots. And then the Jags would host the Bills. The Broncos would host the Chargers, which would be a fun little rematch. And then the Ravens hosting the Texans. And then if the Broncos get their job done, then you'd have the that would actually because the Chargers would lose. So you'd have the Broncos with the 1 seed. The Patriots would host the Chargers. That's another scenario. So it seems like the highest likelihood is that the Patriots host the Chargers next week, just because there's 2 scenarios where that happens. Jags would host the Bills, which is so it seems like the most likely outcome next week is that the Patriots would host the Chargers, the Jags would host the Bills, the Ravens would host the Texans, and then the Broncos would get them. But then you don't know what happens with the Broncos, so. The AFC is very much up for grabs as far as all the seeding goes. We really just don't know. Mikey, Bucks fans can't even be mad at y'all because we put ourselves in that position. It's true. The Bucks did it to themselves, man. I'm not even mad that we found our guy and that's all we wanted. Yeah, but your guy also lost the game, man. Like your guy threw the interception that was really the difference in that game. So, I mean, obviously, y'all got to feel great about Tyler Shuck. You can't get too mad at Tyler Shuck for making a rookie mistake in a meaningless game. But you did get swept by the Falcons. So, you can't even say that the Saints beat the Falcons all the time anymore. You can't say that because the Falcons just swept you. So, this, which is a rematch of the Bills' first playoff game in this millennia. The Jaguars? Did they play the Jaguars? Interesting. He wasn't the only reason. I'm not saying he's the only reason, Mikey. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that was the difference. Is Tyler Shuck throwing an interception when y'all were in field goal range, right? Only reason Kevin Austin refs Kool-Aid. I wouldn't. All right, we can talk about the refs. I'm not saying Tyler Shuck's the only reason. I'm just saying he blew that game. Like, let's be honest. Let's just be honest about what it was. He blew the game. They swept our backups. Well, they beat your backups, which honestly for the Saints might as well just be your starters. Like, because I mean Tyler Shuck Tyler Shuck was the backup, not the 3rd string. But I understand what you're saying, Mikey, but I wouldn't. Yeah. Again, meaningless game doesn't really matter. And for me, with the Bengals, like potentially we get one spot, like potentially the Chiefs win and we get a better draft spot. I still wanted to win though against the Browns, and we didn't even get swept by the Browns. I still wanted to beat them because I wanted to sweep them, Bills Jags, where the Jags won 10-3, a battle of Tyrod Taylor versus Blake Bortles. Dude, that Blake Bortles playoff run was legendary, man. I'm honestly kind of sad that we got robbed of, sort of. Because, what was that, 18? Was that 18? Or was that 17? That was 17, wasn't it? That was 17, and the Patriots, I think, lost the Super Bowl that year, didn't they? Yeah, Patriots lost to the Eagles. So yeah, like I what a shame that we didn't get the Jaguars in the Super Bowl that year, man. They still might have lost to Nick Foles because the Jaguars are chaotic and weird. But man, the Jaguars Super Bowl win that year, that would have been fun. That would have been fun. Shuck made a rookie mistake, but he'll be back better than ever. Well, that's what I'm saying, Mikey. That's what I mean by, like, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I just think that we need to recognize that, you found your guy, but I'm still, look, I know we're not going to agree on this, but I'm still of the opinion that Tyler Shuck is basically just Andy Dalton. Not your version of Andy Dalton, our version of Andy Dalton, which was a much better version than the one you guys got. That was the year Tyler Bird dropped the Ratbirds. I remember that. I do remember that. I wish the Jaguars could have come through against the Patriots in their game, and they almost did. That was a close game. But alas, Tom Brady was the Tom Brady and the Patriots was a very tough out, and Nick Foles got it done. But then again, you got to think, like, would Saxonville have given up 41 to Nick Foles? I don't know if they would have. Because that was Saxonville. Would Saxonville have let Nick Foles score 41 points? I just don't know if they would have. So, I don't know. I'll take Andy Dalton over our past QBs. Oh, I know you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would have taken Andy Dalton over what I thought we were heading for, like post Carson Palmer, like especially with how bad the team was expected to be that year. You'll take Andy Dalton when that's the best you got, but I'm just like, I think for me, until further notice, it looks to me like Tyler Shuck is about Andy Dalton, which means you guys will make the playoffs 5 years in a row and then lose all of those games, which is better than nothing. Did y'all literally have Andy Dalton at some point? The Bengals? The Bengals. You're not talking about the Saints, because the Saints did have Andy Dalton for a little bit. Wasn't very long, but they did. But the Bengals? Did we have Andy Dalton? The guy who was our franchise quarterback? You must be talking about the Saints. You must be talking about the Saints. You can't be talking about the Bengals, because that was Andy Dalton's, like, whole career. You're referring to his... Okay. I was worried about you for a second, Mark. I thought you were talking about the Bengals. I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, no, they had Andy Dalton, and that was a good thing too, because it was getting to the point, if I recall, that like Andy Dalton had already beaten the Bengals twice, because like he went to the Cowboys after he was with the Bengals, and he just happened to get in for an injured Dak Prescott and beat the fucking Bengals, and that pissed me off. It was like, the Andy Dalton return. We can't even beat Andy Dalton. This is stupid. And then and then he beat us with the Bears, and I was just like, I was losing my mind. I was like, are you kidding me? So we get a third shot at him, which is unprecedented. I'm like, we gotta beat Andy Dalton this time, man. And we did. We did. Andy Dalton with the Saints worked out in our favor. But I could not live in a world where we get swept by Andy Dalton without any recourse after he leaves the Bengals. Like, that would just suck. I love Andy Dalton, but Shuck. Mikey says, I'll take Andy Dalton over Andy Dalton. Well, yeah, you take You take Andy Dalton, the Bengals version, which I think is what Tyler Shuck's going to be for the Saints, which is good, by the way. Like, I like Andy Dalton, okay? I'm just saying Tyler Shuck is not going to be like, like capital letters the guy. He's going to be like, lowercase letters the guy. He's the guy, but he's not the guy, That's what I think Tyler Shuck's going to be for the Saints, which is still good. If you build a good team around him, you can do something. We were poised to make a run in 2015 with Andy Dalton, and then he got hurt, against the Steelers. It's always the fucking Steelers, dude. Might be dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Based off of the moment that I read it, Mark, that's why I thought that. Our number 1 and 2 wide receivers were Kevin Austin and Ronnie Bell. Is it Kelvin Austin or Kevin Austin? I'm thinking of Calvin Austin, I guess, who's on the Steelers. Kevin Austin Jr. Is on the Saints. Okay, so it is Kevin Austin, my bad. I think we could build around Shuck for our 2028 Super Bowl run. Okay, first of all, calm down. But second of all, yes, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, you can build around Tyler Shuck. I think Tyler Shuck is just a guy, but he's also, like, one of the best just a guys that you're going to get, right? Like, I mean, he's not Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen, but he's not even Justin Herbert, but he's probably better, especially at this stage in his career, than Tua. He's probably, let's see. He's probably going to be a top 10 quarterback, at least for parts of his career. List of NFL starting QBs. No, I will not calm down. You just got swept by the Falcons, so calm down. Kevin, drop everything Austin. Well, him and Juwan Johnson, right? Finish this sentence. If the Bengals trade Joe Burrow, I'm done. I'm done. They're not going to, first of all. We don't have to worry about that. It's not happening. But if the Bengals trade Joe Burrow, I'm fucking done. Like, I mean, I guess I don't have a choice. I'm still a Bengals fan, but I don't know if I would. I don't even know how I would react to that. Like, I think the whole channel would change. I wouldn't really I don't think I'd be a Bengals channel anymore. I'd be a Bengals fan running a football channel, but I don't think I could support the Bengals. Like, I'd be a fan because I have no choice. I'm just a Bengals fan. That's who I am. But I don't think I could support them if they traded Joe Burrow. That would just be completely unacceptable to me. They swept our backups. I'm not considering that. And it counts, dude. It counts. You got swept by the Falcons, You've been talking all this shit all year about how, you always beat the Falcons. And that's not the case anymore. You lose. Good day, sir. Let's see. I said they were going to beat us. Yes, you did say that on the podcast. So perhaps you saw this coming. It's not really the point. It's not really the point. That would be the moment your channel took off. That I stopped being a Bengals channel. That'd be funny. I don't know, though, because honestly, my channel was kind of, we were building some momentum here for a little while. The reason that my channel never really fully took off, honestly, is just because, I made the decision to go back to school, and that took more energy out of me that I was putting to this channel than I expected. And after school, I just wasn't really able to recapture that energy, and that's really where it's been. So, it would be your version of Tom Grossi's reaction to drafting Jordan Love. I've already had that. In fact, I imitated Tom Grossi when Joe Burrow, when Joe Burrow got hurt, when he tore his ACL in 2020 in his rookie year, when I forget his name at this point, but against the Commanders, Joe Burrow tore his ACL, and I did the whole scream into a pillow thing. I've already done that. So I've been there, done that, Mark. But I wouldn't even do that. I'd be numb. It wouldn't, like Tom Grossi was like, screamed into a pillow because of, Jordan Love, but it was like, he didn't necessarily dislike Jordan Love. He just wanted it to keep going with Aaron Rodgers. That's what that was about. For me, I don't see an upside to trading Joe Burrow. Like, there's no upside because, like, what are they going to trade him for? A bunch of draft picks that they're probably going to waste on players who aren't anywhere near as good as Joe Burrow? Absolutely not. We're not doing that. They paid Joe Burrow a 10-year contract for a reason. They're not going to trade Joe Burrow. They might trade other guys. I would see a world where they trade Jamar Chase before they trade Joe Burrow. They're not going to trade Jamar Chase. You want to talk about one way to really piss Joe Burrow off? They're not going to trade Jamar Chase, but I could see that before they trade Joe Burrow. I could see them trading literally anybody before Joe Burrow. I could see them trading Zach Taylor, which the craziest thing about that would be finding a trade partner. T. Higgins. Yeah, they definitely trade T. Higgins before Joe Burrow. And I could see them potentially trading T. Higgins one day anyway. Now, hard to say if they would or not. Because the only thing they have to build around right now, like, if they lost Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, it'd be a complete reset. There'd be nothing left to build around, and it would be devastating for the fan base, et cetera, et cetera. And if you trade T. Higgins, I think you alienate at least Jamar Chase, if not also Joe Burrow. Probably not Joe Burrow, but you might alienate Jamar Chase if you trade T. Higgins. So I don't think they're going to trade T. Higgins either. I think they're just committing to having a very expensive, quarterback and wide receiver duo or trio. I think they're committing to that long term because I don't see them trading either of those guys unless T. Higgins expresses that he wants out. I just don't see that happening. Don't see that happening. Oh man. So the Bengals are either going to be number 9 or number 10 in the upcoming draft. If the Chiefs beat the Raiders, which they are currently tied 0-0 with. If the Chiefs beat the Raiders, then the Bengals get the number 9 pick. If they lose to the Raiders, then we get the number 10 pick. And I'm gonna run this sim again just to kind of give you an idea of why I don't care that much, right? So we're just gonna do the base settings here on PFF mock draft, and I'm gonna have the Chiefs. Well, no, never mind. We're gonna just go ahead and start draft, see what happens. So the Chiefs took Peter Woods in this scenario. And I know Stranger, I don't even know if you're still here or not, but Stranger, I know that's your guy, right? Peter Woods, that would be you wanting the difference between Peter Woods and not Peter Woods. But for me, Mansour Delane's still there. All right, Caleb Downs went 6 to the Browns, so that seems like a likely landing spot for him. So the likelihood that Caleb Downs is going to fall to the Bengals at either 9 or 10 seems pretty low. In this scenario, we would have had a shot at Peter Woods, and that's about it. So, but I think even with Peter Woods versus Mansour Delane, I think I'd rather have Mansour Delane. So I mean, I'm cool with this position. Obviously, with a better draft pick, maybe that comes with a slightly higher chance of trading down, but I don't really know if I want to trade down. Always next year, yeah, that's the Bengals' fucking motto. I think you're probably saying it for the Saints, but even if you got the number 1 pick from the Raiders for Joe, absolutely not, Mark. Like, not even, I wouldn't even pick up the phone. Like, fuck the Raiders. Fuck the Raiders, and fuck the number 1. Who would we take with the number 1 pick? Like, who would we get? Mendoza? Like, Mendoza's not Joe Burrow. Why on earth would you trade for a quarterback who's guaranteed, almost guaranteed to be worse than Joe Burrow? Like, why would you do that? No reason. Why would you ever do that? There's no player in this upcoming draft who's going to be better for your team than Joe Burrow, and you've already got the 10th pick anyway. Like, why would you do that? There's zero logic to the first round, like, fuck the first round pick. The Raiders could send us 4 first round picks, and all of them are number 1 overall, and I would not want to get rid of Joe Burrow. There's no, not doing that. The answer is no. I don't care. I just don't care. You know, the only thing I would consider in a trade for Joe Burrow would be some sort of magical guarantee that we win the Super Bowl. Right? If you can guarantee we're going to win the Super Bowl, then I guess I'd trade Joe Burrow for that. But, like, you can't. So that's not on the table. Arch not coming out? Okay. I don't... Oh, because he said Arch, yeah. I wouldn't want Arch Manning anyway, not at number 1 overall. And he's not better than Joe Burrow. Like, he's just not better. Like, nobody's better than Joe Burrow. The only, like, quarterbacks in the NFL right now who really have an argument for being better than Joe Burrow are Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes didn't have a good year this year. So I would say Joe Burrow was the better quarterback out of the 2 this year. You know, not that Joe Burrow had a phenomenal year, but I mean, it's still at the top of the league. It's still Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, you know, in no particular order. You could maybe make the argument that Joe Burrow is better than both of them. Joe Burrow always beats Josh Allen. That helps. And Joe Burrow himself is generally good against the Chiefs. So, you know, both Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes had a bad year, so I mean, like, it's still kind of 1A, 1B with those guys as far as I'm considered. Nobody else in the NFL even really comes close. Anyway, I was going to talk about Tyler Shuck and where I see him in the NFL. So, obviously better than whatever the Cardinals have going on. Obviously better than Kirk Cousins or what's his nuts, Michael Penix. Lamar Jackson's obviously better than Tyler Shuck. I guess Lamar Jackson's the one guy you could maybe make the argument for, but I wouldn't say he's put together the best campaign this year to prove that. The Bills would rather have Josh Allen, right? But I mean, so Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, but you know, obviously the Cardinals and the Falcons would both take Tyler Shuck in a heartbeat. I do think that Tyler Shuck is probably better than Bryce Young. It depends on how Bryce Young looks next year, but I think Tyler Shuck might be better than Bryce Young. I think Caleb Williams is better than Tyler Shuck. Joe Burrow will take Joe Burrow. The Browns, Shuck's better than whoever the Browns have. Dak Prescott, I mean, I would have said, but Dak had a pretty decent season this year, so I don't know. I think Dak's right on par with Tyler Shuck right now, honestly. The difference is Tyler Shuck's young and he can get better, so you know, in the long run, I think you'd rather have Tyler Shuck than Dak Prescott. But you know, next year, I don't know. Bo Nix, I think Shuck's better than Nix. Jared Goff, that's another one who I think it's like they're about on the same level, but obviously Tyler Shuck's younger and has higher upside, so you take Tyler Shuck. Clayton, so Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love's better than Tyler Shuck. But that's another guy it's kind of hard to say. Better than anybody the Colts have going for them. So that's what if the Colts get Arch Manning? That'd be something. If the Colts get Arch Manning. But anyway, yeah. So the Colts would take Shuck. C.J. Stroud. I think the Texans would prefer C.J. Stroud. But anyway, the Colts, let's throw the Lions in there. I think Tyler Shuck's a little better than Jared Goff. The Broncos probably is hard to say, but I think the Broncos and Sean Payton would rather have Tyler Shuck, frankly. The Browns. Okay, so I'm just going to look for guys who are better than Tyler Shuck right now. So you got Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Caleb Williams, Joe Burrow, Arguably Dak Prescott. Arguably C.J. Stroud. I'd say probably C.J. Stroud. Trevor Lawrence. Matthew Stafford, obviously, but who knows how much longer he's going to play. Drake May. Sam Darnold. So that's 10. That's 10 guys right there. Baker Mayfield's it's hard to say with Baker. I think Baker Mayfield and Tyler Shuck are kind of right there with each other. Cam Ward and Josh Johnson. So that's at least 10 quarterbacks. So Tyler Shuck's possibly 11. But if anything, that's Andy Dalton for you. That's exactly what we always said about Andy Dalton. We're like, well, he's maybe a top 10 quarterback. I mean, if not, he's like 11. That's what we always said about Andy Dalton. So, like, Tyler Shuck. Now, could Tyler Shuck take a step and get better than a lot of those guys I said? Yeah. But I don't think he is right now. Mock draft time. Yeah, we're going to get there soon, Mikey. Who the Saints take? It's hard to say. I mean, you know, they're locked in at 8, right? I think they're like locked in at 8. I think. Mendoza. You can't have Shuck. Well, I don't want Shuck. T-Law at 4. I was just going through alphabetical list. I wasn't saying in any particular order. Love I think is 50-50. That's what I'm saying. It's like I think Tyler Shuck and Jordan Love are like about kind of the same quarterback. The difference is Shuck is younger, so I mean you'd rather have Tyler Shuck than Jordan Love, but like the Packers probably wouldn't give up Jordan Love for Tyler Shuck. If that makes sense. But I think starting from scratch, any of those I think starting from scratch, you'd rather have Tyler Shuck long term. But like right now, it's hard to say. Happy with Shuck's season? You should be. You should be happy. You should feel good that this is the best quarterback you've probably had since Drew Brees, and the Saints could be better next year. Playoffs, maybe. I mean, the playoffs are definitely a maybe next year, depending on what they do in the offseason, but it's hard to say. I hate the refs. I just had to get that out there. I thought you were cool with losing to the Falcons, Mikey. I thought you were cool with it. Healthy Baker Mayfield is better than Shuck. That's what I'm saying. With Baker, it's like, but even then, it's like Baker's kind of erratic too. So, it's with Baker, it's like, Baker's also 32, so that's part of it. Like I think if you're the Buccaneers, you'd rather have Tyler Shuck long term. Right now, who's the better quarterback? Like just in, if you're only thinking about 2026, then you could take either one, I think. Maybe Tyler Shuck's less likely to get injured than Baker. But as far as just like pure talent and ability to play football, I think maybe Baker's a little bit better. I hope the refs get coal for Christmas every damn year. Okay, Mikey. All right. I'm just kind of going through the motions right now, I think, on this stream. Just to be clear. I'm serious. A healthy Baker Mayfield proved himself time and time again. That is true, Mark. Baker, like, at his best, Baker's great, right? But he is getting a little older. Yeah, like Baker is getting a little older, and you know he's probably more injury prone than Tyler Shuck. So I mean, there's certain things you got to consider. But I do think Baker, like if we're just talking like healthy one guy versus healthy another, I think Shuck is probably not quite at Baker's level. Shuck is undefeated versus Baker, yeah, but like as we saw, the Buccaneers are kind of garbage. So. Was that Shuck being better than Baker necessarily, or was that the Buccaneers just being bad? Hot take: the Lions need to trade Goff. I don't even know if they can. Can they? I mean, obviously they literally can, but Um, as far as like what his out would be, yeah, I guess they could trade. No, they. I mean, they could trade Goff, but they'd have to have somebody eat his contract, right? Um, Nobody wants that contract. His cap hit's just getting worse every year. Like his cap hit this year, was 32, but next year it jumps to 69. It's 69.9 or 69.6. So, like Goff is gonna have to. Like I don't know what the Lions do at that point. Like because Goff is gonna take up so much of your damn salary. Like his biggest cap hit is next year. So Goff is going to take up so much of your damn salary cap next year that the Saints are going to have to either get rid of the Lions are either going to have to get rid of some guys, or they're going to have to get Goff to take a pay cut, like or at least restructure his contract. So like no team in the NFL is going to take Jared Goff's contract next year. They're just not going to do that. Yeah, unless that team can talk Goff into taking to restructuring his contract. Baker's better for now. Yeah, like right now he's a little bit better. That's all I'm saying. Which is why they trade him now. But once again, Mark, only if they can find somebody to take that contract. Like just because the Lions trade Jared Goff doesn't mean they get rid of his contract. Like the team you're trading him to has to agree to take on the contract. Otherwise, it's like, can you get his contract off the books? Is there a team in the NFL willing to take that cap hit? I mean, like honestly, with Jared Goff, like it's got to be a team that's rebuilding, honestly, and that's gonna have a low cap hit next year. That's just willing to take the Jared Goff hit for a potentially favorable trade factor. Like that's it's got to be something like that. And I mean, I don't know whose cap hit is low next year. Let's see. Obviously, we're not going to know until the free agency or whatever. But the teams with the lowest cap hit next year, the Patriots. Whew, Patriots about to scream away in front of all of us, dude. They've got $51 million in cap space available next year. Now, that's pending guys that they may or may not re-sign or whatever, but like the Patriots, they're not going to take Jared Goff. The Commanders, they're not going to take Jared Goff. The Cowboys are not going to take Jared Goff. Maybe the Browns would, but I don't even think the Browns necessarily would. Because of how disastrous the Deshaun Watson trade was. Why would you make another big deal like that? Unless maybe you can get them to take Deshaun Watson, but then you're not really saving any cap space, right? So the Lions, and then number 5 as far as cap space is the Lions. So like, you basically have to trade Goff to a team that's got, maybe the 49ers you could trade Goff to, right? Because the 49ers have similar cap space to the Lions. So if you trade Jared Goff to the 49ers and they kind of restructure a few things, you could swap him for Brock Purdy. Maybe they feel that Goff would be a better option than Brock Purdy. But even then, like I just don't know who takes Goff's contract. Like maybe the Steelers? Maybe the Steelers? Yeah, it's like the Steelers. There's nobody. Like, I mean, the Seahawks gotta be ready to re-sign Sam Darnold. The Vikings aren't gonna take Goff from a division rival like that. Especially not when they think maybe J.J. McCarthy, right? The Jets, maybe. But, I mean, they'd have to do a lot of restructuring on their team in general. The Bengals have a lot of cap space for next year. Oh wait, no, a lot. Never mind. That's incorrect. Or is that cap space? No, that's the total cap. Okay, Bengals have a lot of total cap. Which is funny because the Lions have a bunch of cap space next year, despite having a higher cap hit than the Bengals. I don't know exactly how that works, but it's the case. Bengals have a ton of cap tied up in IR, which is weird. like IR and reserves and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, going through all that is what it is. The Chiefs have taken a 3-0 lead over the Raiders, though, so hopefully that's insurmountable for the Raiders. The Patriots have taken a 14-0 lead over the Dolphins going into the second quarter there. I'm not going to be here much longer, but, just to kind of catch up on things. The Broncos are up 10-0 over the Chargers, so that's Broncos probably going to win that game. I mean, obviously the Chargers could come back, but, let's go ahead and, update these scores for what's currently kind of going on and maybe the likelihood of whatever, right? So the Rams and Cardinals are both tied. Who knows? But as I said, I imagine the Rams are going to win that game. The Broncos are currently up 10-0 over the Chargers, so let's give them that one. The Patriots are currently up 14-0 over the Dolphins, so let's give them that one. And then the Chiefs and the Raiders, but that doesn't really matter to the draft order or to the playoff order. So based on the way things are looking right now, it's looking like the Broncos probably going to have the number 1 seed, Patriots number 2, Jaguars number 3, Steelers number 4, Texans number 5, Bills number 6, and Chargers number 7. Although that's still pending the Bills game, and they are currently beating the Jets. They're probably going to keep beating the Jets. So most likely it's going to be 1 Broncos, 2 Patriots, 3 Jaguars, 4 Steelers. Or no, because we got the Steelers and the Ravens. So my guess is 4 Ravens, 5 Texans, 6 Bills, 7 Chargers. So you're going to get the Chargers going to New England. You're going to get the Bills going to Jacksonville, and you're going to get the Texans going to Baltimore. Chargers have no Herbert. Oh, they're fucked then. They're done. They're going to lose to the Broncos. They're starting Trey Lance. I don't think they're going to win then. The Jets, because the Jets. Yeah, it's just the Jets don't have a ton of cap space. I was just looking at the rest of the list and who could maybe take them, but the Jets would have to clear a lot of cap space to get Goff on their team next year. I can't wait until free agency. Yeah, I can't wait until the offseason. Yeah, me too, Mikey. I want to see what we can build. We play the Bengals next year. It'll be a good game. It'll be a good game because in theory, I thought the defense was looking better, but they did not look better against the Browns today. Yeah. But, in theory, the Bengals defense looked a little better at the end of the season. But then again, they did at the end of 2023, too. But some of the young guys kind of took a step under Al Golden, so hopefully they take more of a step next year. Joe Burrow comes back next year healthy, and then we can make a run next year. So, that Bengals-Saints game next year could be really interesting. Don't know when in the season it's going to happen, but the Bengals-Saints game could be an interesting game. It's totally a Steelers move to guarantee a 9-8 finish. That's the other thing. It feels like 9-8's inevitable, right? Myles Garrett got the record. Good for him. Don't care. But anyway, that's pretty much it. I predicted the Bengals to win 31-17, and I'm a smelly baby loser. This defense is just unacceptable. We got to do something, man. Like I said, I want Mansour Delane, and in the second round, I want another defensive guy who can tackle, and in the third round, I want another defensive guy who can tackle, and in the fourth round, I want another defensive guy who can tackle, and in free agency, I want 5 expensive guys who can tackle. Yeah. I want guys who know how to tackle. That is my all I want for Christmas is Bengals defenders who can tackle. What a garbage season. I was so looking forward to this season, man. Maybe next year Joe Burrow won't get hurt. No, anyway, that's it for me this week, guys. Today. Obviously, me and Mikey will be back on Thursday or Friday or whenever. I don't know. Depends on... me and Mikey will be back this week for the podcast. As far as which day, we always try to do Thursday, but obviously lately we've been doing it on different days. I don't even know. And this is kind of part of what I meant when I said retirement, quote unquote, is just I'm not really committing to anything anymore on this channel. I'm gonna be here and we're gonna talk, and if you guys are here, that's great. If not, I'm gonna be here anyway. but I don't have the mental fortitude to keep it up with the grind on this channel anymore. I just don't. Hasn't really gone the way I wanted, and I got other things going on that I need to pay attention to, So, if the channel ever blew up, then maybe that would be a different thought process. But the way it is right now, it's just like this. I'm just gonna let it be what it's gonna be, So anyway, I will leave y'all as always. Despite finishing 6-11 with a hooday.